Into the Shattered City, the Farshore Chronicles, Book 2, written and narrated by Justin Fike and published by Fallbrant Press. Chapter 1. Have you ever awoken next to a snoring dwarf with rocks and pine cones digging into your back and frost clinging to your eyelashes? Ridden a horse for so long your ass blisters and your legs go numb, then wake up before the sun rises to do it again? Lived on nothing but dry biscuits and cold water for weeks on end? If you answered no to any of the above, then count yourself blessed and lie, kill, or do whatever you have to do to keep it that way. Our strange little group had been traveling westward for more than a month, and I'd been in a foul mood for most of that time. Alaron, Magnus, Nataka, and Sheska all seemed thrilled to no end to be outside Farshore's walls. Alaron wouldn't shut up about how good it was to smell trees and clean air again, while Magnus kept disappearing into the woods and returning with some prized mushroom or strange moss for that night's stew. Nataka maintained a running conversation of whispered muttering with herself. At first I thought the sun had baked her brains to mush, but when I asked if she was all right, she said she was speaking with the spirits of the land, which is how I learned never to ask an orc why she is muttering to herself. I even caught Sheska smiling once. A genuine smile of happiness, mind you, not the "I'm thinking of many ways to kill you" smile she usually put on. Kale was the only one out of the whole lot who didn't seem thrilled to be on this little adventure, and if I hadn't already respected the man, then the frown he'd worn under his mustache since Farshore's flags and rooftops had disappeared beneath the tree line would have done the trick. It's not that I have anything against nature per se. I'm glad that trees, thorny bushes, screeching birds, and all the rest exist, and I'm perfectly happy to leave them all the hells alone if they return the favor. But there's a reason our ancestors invented lanterns, blankets, fireplaces, regular meals, and buildings with roofs and thick walls. Anyone who actually enjoys leaving all that behind to sleep on the cold ground and wear themselves out swatting at a never-ending swarm of bugs has more things wrong with them than Vesta herself would know how to cure. My only comfort lay in the fact that Alaron had announced as we made camp last night that after 5 weeks on the road, we were only about one more day's ride from the mountains that surrounded the shattered city. One more day of discomfort and we would arrive at the object of our long journey, although that thought raised an entirely new set of concerns as I tried to roll out from under my blanket without slicing my face on the blade of the axe that Magnus insisted on sleeping with. He'd flatly refused to leave town at all, until Trebonius sent someone to fetch Hilda from the arena armory, and he hadn't let the thing out of his sight since. Most of the others were sleeping soundly, although I couldn't tell you how they managed that given the circumstances. We'd camped in the lee of a large grove of fir trees that provided a small measure of shelter from the biting wind, but if there was more than 3 inches of ground free of knobbly roots and pine cones, then I hadn't been able to find it. Sheska's bedroll was the only one empty, but she was always slipping away on her own business, so I didn't think much of it. I trekked away from our little camp in search of a tree large enough to afford me some morning privacy, and tried to get my head around everything that had happened in the past month. The strange thing that my life had become still stole my breath away sometimes. Riding alongside an elf, a dwarf, an orc, and a halfling had become normal enough that I no longer jumped when I caught sight of one of them out of the corner of my eye, and the land we rode through was enough like the hills and forests outside Byzantia that you could be forgiven for thinking that the countryside was normal too. But it wasn't. We rode through the heart of Danaan, a land filled with mythic races, strange magic, and countless other storybook wonders. If someone had walked up to me on Byzantia's streets and started telling me about half of the things I'd seen since I stepped off the prison ship, I would have run the other way to keep from catching whatever sickness had rotted their brain. Not anymore. We'd fought things that writhed in the shadows of our campfire, stumbled into a field of flowers that moved about on their own and tried to put us to sleep with clouds of yellow pollen. and ridden 3 days out of our way to avoid a magical storm of chaotic energy that Alaron had casually theorized would polymorph the lot of us into rocks and trees if we entered it. After the first week, I stopped asking questions and learned to look 3 times before I went into the woods to take a shit. And it wasn't just the dangers of the wilderness. We'd spent several days riding through boggy marshland to avoid an elven city. I'd been all for stopping there the moment I heard of it, but Alaron assured me that our strange band would not be well received by the city's patrols. As we traveled, Nataka told me of her people's huge roving caravans on the western plains. Sheska spoke of massive stone cities in the heart of the southern jungles, and Magnus spun stories of dwarven holds on the outer islands that rang with ale song and the signal horns of departing longships. The picture of a land rich in history, conflict, and mistrust began to take shape in my mind, even though I saw little more than its wild and untamed reaches as we traveled. Apparently, the Wildlands, as the others called the countryside we rode through, had once been claimed by the Elven Kingdom, before the Sundering blasted most of it into ruin and left the remnants of a once proud people clinging to life in the few cities and outposts that had survived the catastrophe. Now its hills, caves, and forests were haunted by all manner of wild beasts and monsters, which we'd spent the past month hiding from or fending off with depressing regularity. I soon realized that Farshore Colony was just a small and lonely outpost of humanity on the coast of a continent far larger than the lands Byzantia claimed as its empire, and possibly even those of the nations beyond its borders as well. Danaan was enormous, largely untamed and strange in more ways than I could count. The more I saw of it, the more determined I became to make my way back home again, assuming we survived this little adventure and I made it back to Farshore to claim our promised reward. I'd long since made my peace with the fact that many things I'd grown up believing were nothing more than fables were actually all too real. Some part of me kept expecting to wake up from the strangest dream I'd ever had and swear off late-night drinking for good. But, even though they hardly noticed any of the dozens of unusual sights that had left me speechless on our journey, I could tell from the looks my companions shared when we spoke of it that this shattered city we rode towards was dangerous. They hadn't seemed particularly impressed by any of the dangers we'd overcome so far, so I could only imagine what kind of trouble lay ahead. "I have caught us breakfast." I jumped halfway out of my skin, and only managed to avoid soiling my pant legs through some very deft footwork. When I regained my balance and turned around, I found Sheska perched on one of the lower limbs of the tree with her short bow in one hand and an impressively plump rabbit in the other. "Chasso di bruta! You just frightened 10 years off of me." "You are not happy? After all your complaining over trail rations, I thought you would be pleased to eat fresh meat." She looked hurt, and I realized she'd gotten up early to go hunting for my sake. Of course I am, and thank you. But maybe cough or snap a twig or two the next time you sneak up behind someone who's not wearing pants." She stared down at me for a moment, sniffed, and disappeared into the trees in the direction of our camp without saying a word. I sighed, finished cleaning up, and followed after her. Of all the strange new things in my life that I was having trouble adjusting to, playing well with others was at the top of the list. By the time I made it back to camp, Magnus already had the rabbit sizzling on a spit over a crackling fire. Within the first few days of our journey, I discovered to my surprise that the otherwise taciturn dwarf warrior hid a deep love of cooking within his oak-barreled chest. So far, it had been the only subject that he'd been willing to give more than a grunt or a few short words to. "I stuffed this beauty with those grangia roots I dug up yesterday, plus a few sprigs of green onion, wild parsley. In a few minutes you'll think you're dining in King Ola and Son's own mead hall." "Shouldn't we start breaking camp?" Cale huffed. "I'd prefer to be on the move before high noon." "Aye, you most certainly should, Longshanks. And while you're about it, I'll get breakfast roasted and ready. If you stop pestering me, I might even give you some." True to his words, Magnus had divvied up the meal before we'd packed away our things, and the wonderful smell easily banished any lingering complaints that might have been offered. We gathered around the last embers of his cooking fire as he doled out a portion to each of us. I made a point of thanking Sheska again for providing our first decent meal all week, but she just shrugged away my words, and was still sulking by the time we broke camp. We rode for the better part of the day without a rest. I would have given anything to get down off of that infernal torture device that everyone else kept calling a horse, but I didn't want to be the first one to suggest it once again. Instead, I just gritted my teeth and tried to keep up. I'd named my horse Shanty, because just like the good vested mother, she really was a horrible nag. She would wander off the trail to graze or wet the ground the instant I let the reins fall slack. I couldn't decide whether the aching in my back and arms or the bruises on my ass bothered me more. Still, I kept her mostly in line behind the others, and since no one else had the good sense to suggest a break, we made rather good time throughout the day. By the time the sun had begun to droop down into our eyes along the far horizon, even I could see how the land had changed since we'd started out that morning. For most of our journey, we'd ridden through thick forests and open fields, forded rivers and skirted around lakes so large you couldn't see the shore on the far side. Now the endless wall of green trees had given way to sparse pine and outcroppings of jagged gray stone as we rode along a gravelly ridge that wound up into the high mountains. The trip had taken the better part of 5 weeks, more than half of the total time that Trebonius had named before he'd used the effigies he'd created to pull our guts out through our noses or something equally unpleasant. The others didn't seem concerned about it, though. Cale had said, a few nights back, that most of our time had been spent in charting a course through unfamiliar terrain. If we followed the same route back again, we could return in far less time. Our horses had slowed to a crawl as we made our way up a particularly steep hillside, threading our way between a rocky cliff face that rose a good 30 feet overhead to our left, and boulders larger than a senator's carriage that lay strewn and jumbled down the slope to our right. The land rose steadily skyward in front of us, stretching up towards the blue sky overhead. We hadn't truly reached the mountains yet, but I could see that we were drawing close. The sharp-witted among you will have realized by now that I was no great lover of the wild outdoors. Before coming to Farshore, I'd only stepped outside Byzantia's huge walls a handful of times to assist Sister Hazara in gathering herbs. I didn't understand the sounds and rhythms of nature, so if you'd asked me at the time why the hairs on my neck had begun to prickle as my instinct started screaming at me to find a safe place to hide, I couldn't have told you why. I didn't actually notice that all the birdsong had suddenly died away, leaving only an eerie stillness in its wake. I didn't notice that the logs and boulders that blocked our narrow path up ahead had no natural reason to fall where they were. All I knew was that every one of my senses was warning me of danger. Most folk have felt that creeping sensation before, but most folk ignore it because they're stupid, and because the few among them who'd learned the hard way that they ought to trust their instincts had already bled out in a gutter somewhere before they could pass on the lesson. But if my life so far had taught me anything, it was that whenever you feel like someone is watching you from the shadows with ill intent, it's usually because they are. Better to do something and look foolish than keep quiet and die brave and stupid. Guys, I think something's wrong. Something buzzed out of the shadows to my left before I could finish my sentence. I threw myself against my horse's neck on instinct, and the arrow shattered against the rock where my head had been just a moment before. Shrill, screaming voices filled the air as hundreds of little gray-green creatures carrying clubs, spears, bows, and rusted short swords swarmed over the rocks all around that. Scratch that! Something is definitely wrong! Grody Nadatsk! Nataka snarled. Filthy goblin spawn! Our group scattered as everyone leapt into action on their own. Magnus snatched Hilda from his saddle and flung himself off his horse and straight at the nearest group of goblins, while Nataka spurred her horse and charged in the opposite direction with her spear leveled. Cale had the presence of mind to throw his horse's reins over a tree branch before hefting his shield and broadsword, and I'd already lost sight of Sheska. Within the space of a few quick breaths, Alaron and I were the only ones still sitting on our horses on the narrow trail. As Alaron shouted out a string of syllables, a cascade of colored lights burst from his fingertips to leave a gang of screaming goblins stumbling and tripping blindly. But his spell managed to spook his horse at the same time. The beast reared back, dumping the wizard in a heap on the ground before bolting back down the trail the way we'd come. I drew the twin sabers that hung at my belt, but paused a moment to survey the scene rather than charging off in some random direction to start using them. Everything was utter chaos. It looked like the goblins hadn't expected such a swift and fierce response, but they rallied and pressed forward in a never-ending wave of tiny little bodies with murder shining in their beady eyes. Even the tallest among them would have barely reached my waist. Their hands, feet, heads, and ears all seemed too large for their bodies. If it had only been a few of them attacking us, I would probably have just laughed as they scrambled down from the rocks and waved their tiny weapons above their heads. Given that there were several hundred of them, the only thing I was interested in doing was getting the hells out of there with my skin in one piece. As the goblin horde closed in on us, I had to admit that the odds of that happening were dropping by the second. Chapter 2. I had to admit that the little terrors had picked a good spot for their ambush. With the cliffs to our left and nothing but broken, boulder-strewn hillside to our right, our only options were to advance up the path, which the tiny bastards had blocked with debris, or return back the way we had come. Either way, I could see that our only hope of survival lay in beating a hasty retreat before the goblin swarm completely surrounded us. The only problem with my plan was that I seemed to be the only one who had thought about running away. Magnus was happily bellowing out the notes of what I would have assumed was some sort of drinking song if he hadn't punctuated each beat in the rhythm with a swipe of his axe. Kale pressed forward with his shield held high, but just before he could strike, an arrow zipped over his shoulder from behind, grazing his ear as it thudded into the back of his shield less than an inch from his hand. "Move, big man!" Sheska's voice called down from a nearby boulder. "You keep standing where my arrows want to go!" Nataka screamed in incoherent fury from atop her horse. I'd never seen her do much more than frown before, but now she was wild with bloodlust. "You thrice-cursed mud spawn!" she screamed. "My Khalidar will have his bloody vengeance!" A moment later, a cloud of small rocks rose up from the earth to hover for a moment in the air, before exploding away from her in all directions, felling a score of goblins in a storm of screams and blood. But it wasn't going to be enough. No matter how well we fought, 6 against 500 was a fight that could only end one way. I spurred Shanti over to Alaron as he struggled to his feet, a hand pressed against a gash that had soaked his blonde hair with a thick smear of crimson red. "Alaron, we have to get out of here." "We what?" He looked a little dizzy, but I couldn't wait for him to gather his wits in his own sweet time. I reached down and slapped his cheek hard enough to get his attention, then grabbed the front of his shirt and hauled him up over the back of my saddle. Thank Vesta it was the elf who lost his horse. Wouldn't want to try that on Magnus. "We need to run while we still have a chance," I shouted back at him as he struggled to sit up without falling off. "Can you do anything about their barricade?" He finally gained his seat and looked up the path towards where I was pointing. The debris wasn't really a proper barricade, just loose boulders and tree stumps that the goblins had rolled into the narrow space where the path threaded between the cliff and a large jutting rock. But it was too big for our horses to jump, and that was big enough to keep us trapped. Probably," he groaned, "but not with a horde of goblins trying to chew on my liver." "Right. Then hang on tight." I urged Shanti forward, charging up the trail as goblins dove out of the way of her hooves. "Kale!" I screamed with all the air I could fit in my lungs. He batted a goblin into a boulder with his shield, then turned towards my voice. "We have to go!" I pointed towards the barricade, then at Alaron seated behind me, hoping he would understand. Relief flooded through me when I saw him nod, then snatch the goblin who had jumped up onto his back and fling it at Magnus to get his attention. "We're moving, Tree Stump! Try to keep up!" "What? This was just getting fun!" the dwarf shouted back, but they both ran to their horses and leapt into the saddle. "Sheska!" I called, hoping she could hear me over the chorus of goblin screams. "Keep them off of us!" I listened for an answer, but heard none. Just when I was starting to worry that something had happened to her, an arrow breezed my cheek and felled a goblin who had been sneaking up behind us without my noticing. I raised a hand in thanks, then turned to find Nataka riding towards me. Her face and armor were spattered with blood, and that crazed fury still haunted her eyes, but she'd gathered her wits enough to rejoin us, and that was good enough for me. "Where's the halfling?" she asked, as she reined in her mount next to mine. Before I could answer, a scream like the cry of a diving falcon rang out over the din, and Sheska came pounding around a nearby boulder atop the shaggy pony that Trebonius had provided her, with a gang of goblins close on her heels. She spun in the saddle as she rode, to loose arrow after arrow behind her. By the time she reached us, the only goblins behind her lay twitching on the ground. "I thought we were leaving," she asked as she joined our circle. "Waiting on Aileron," I said, jerking a thumb over my shoulder. "Unless you enjoy the thought of being accidentally disintegrated, I suggest you keep quiet and let me concentrate. Improvised magic is dangerous enough as it is." I almost snapped a retort back at him, but managed to keep my mouth shut to give him room to do whatever it was he was doing. Now that all of us had regrouped, the goblins had paused their assault for the moment, but more of them kept appearing every second. Soon every rock, tree, and bush around us sported a small green body or three, perched atop it, brandishing their weapons and baring their tiny fangs like an army of armed and feral lapdogs. All it would take was one of the little creatures to gather just a little bit more courage than his fellows, and we'd be buried under a stinking green avalanche of tiny death. Then I felt it. Aileron still clung to the back of my horse, so as his spell took hold, a rush of sharp, static energy flooded through my back and arms. Pressure built in my ears as though I'd suddenly dove to the bottom of a pond, and soon even the roots of my teeth had started to ache. It ended as suddenly as it had begun. One moment I was starting to worry that I might black out and tumble onto the little forest of goblin spear points that inched slowly towards us. The next I felt the power flow away from us like a river breaking through a dam. I heard a grinding, rumbling sound from the barrier behind me, then silence. "Ride, you fools!" Aileron grunted, his voice straining as though he struggled to hold one of those boulders overhead himself. "I can't keep this up for long!" I wheeled my horse around to see a cloud of rocks, stumps, and fallen logs floating a dozen feet up in the air, leaving a clear path through the narrow gap. A few weeks ago, I would have stared in slack-jawed disbelief at the sight, but I'd come to terms with magic well enough to manage just a single double take before I spurred Shanti toward the gap and the promise of safety on the other side. From the clatter of hooves that echoed through the canyon, I knew that the others were following my lead. We'd barely ridden 3 strides past the floating barricade when Aileron slumped against my back with a sigh of relief, and the sound of our galloping horses was drowned out by a deafening thunder as all the debris crashed back to earth. I spun in my saddle, to look behind me with my heart in my throat, certain that one of our group had been trapped beneath the rubble. But a quick head count confirmed that everyone had made it through safely. I was surprised by the feeling of relief that flooded through me. It wasn't that long ago that I wouldn't have much cared what happened to the person behind me as long as it wasn't happening to me, too. I'd survived as long as I had largely because I never let anyone get close enough to stick a knife in my back, or lead me into doing something stupid to stop them from getting a knife stuck in theirs. The realization that my guard might have begun to drop without me even noticing it, after weeks on the road with this ragged band of misfits, left me 10 kinds of uncomfortable. But I didn't have much time to think on it just then. No sooner had I confirmed that my companions were all right than I caught sight of several hundred goblin heads appearing over the top of the barricade, followed closely by several hundred armed goblin bodies screaming and scrambling and tumbling towards us. "Keep moving!" I shouted as I turned and spurred my horse along the path that wound further up into the canyon. I might have just discovered that I actually cared whether my newfound friends lived to see the next sunrise, but I still had every intention of keeping them between me and the horde of pointy death chasing after us. I kept Shanti moving faster than was safe on the rocky, winding path, but that was still only about half the speed I would have liked. I risked a glance over my shoulder and confirmed that the little green bastards didn't seem to have any trouble keeping up with us in this rough terrain. In fact, they seemed to be gaining ground on us, little by little. The closest goblin was now only a few paces behind Sheska's pony, shrieking out what I am sure he thought was a terrifying war cry, and running as hard as his little legs would carry him. If any of us so much as stumbled on a loose rock, the horde would cut them into tiny pieces before they hit the ground. "I've got 10 silver that says we don't make it out of this alive," Alaron said in my ear. It actually sounded like he was enjoying himself, and it took all the self-control I could muster not to reach back and punch him for it. "Idiot," I called back. "What kind of bet is that? If you win, you can't collect, but if I win, you owe me 10 silver. A good point. 5 silver then." Up ahead, I could see that the winding path crested a rise between 2 cliffs that towered to either side and seemed to disappear down the other side. If we could reach it, the narrow pass would force the teeming horde behind us to funnel down to just a few bodies at a time, and we might be able to find some kind of defensive position where we could make enough of a stand to drive them off. "You're on!" It was a slim chance at survival, but it was also the only one I'd seen yet, and I leapt for it like a drowning sailor straining for a rope. Shanty was beginning to tire, but I had to give her credit for the valiant effort she'd made so far. Foam from her mouth flecked my boots as she struggled up the steep trail, but I leaned forward and urged her to give me everything she had left, for both our sakes. The goblin shriek sounded as close in my ear as Alaron's voice. I kept waiting to feel the sharp stab of a spear point in my back any minute, but I focused all my attention on guiding Shanty around the dangers in the trail. Just when I thought her legs might give out beneath me, the sunlight overhead fell away into cool shadows as we thundered into the narrow pass. The steep trail leveled out immediately, giving the poor horse a much-needed break, but I saw no sign of fallen rocks or other cover in the canyon ahead of me. The floor and the rock walls were completely smooth, as though a giant hand had simply cleaved the pass through the mountain rock with one stroke of its sword. My heart sank as I realized that the pass was wider than it had looked from farther down the trail. There was no way its entrance would offer enough of a barrier for just the 6 of us to keep the tide of goblins at bay. I couldn't think of anything other than to keep riding. But even as I tried to urge Shanty to run just a few minutes more, I knew there was no chance we'd reach the far end of this strange passage alive. "Charity!" Kale's voice broke through my dark thoughts, sounding more surprised than alarmed. Now that he'd caught my attention, I realized that the chorus of goblins screaming that had filled the air since they first sprang their ambush was gone, leaving only an eerie quiet in its wake. I pulled Shanty to a stop and turned to see the rest of our group behind me, and a crowd of goblins gathered behind them. Not one of the little beasts had stepped out of the sunlight into the shadow of the canyon. Sheska and Magnus sat on their horses only a few paces ahead of them, but the goblins just shuffled from foot to foot, jostling each other and muttering as they cast fearful glances in our direction. Without warning, they all turned around together and disappeared back down the trail. "What in the 8 hells just happened?" I asked as I rode back to rejoin the group. "I've no idea," Kale answered. "Maybe they finally caught a good whiff of Magnus and decided that eating him just wasn't worth the trouble." "No," Nataka said as she scowled and shook her head. Somehow I didn't think she'd understood Kale's joke. "Goblins are weaklings and cowards, but in large numbers they will not stop until they bring down even the greatest warrior." She scowled at the last of the retreating goblin horde as though she contemplated chasing after them, and I got the sense that she wasn't referring to any of us. "The only reason those Skretchkatzen would turn back now is if they fear what lies beyond this canyon more than they fear death itself." That sounded a lot like the shattered city we'd ridden all this way to find. But hearing that we might have finally reached our goal didn't bring me much comfort, considering the fact that everyone else who'd done that had never been heard from again. I wasn't any more excited about it now than I was when we'd first ridden through Farshore's gates, but finding it, and the crown of its last king, was what we'd come out here to do, and at the moment I preferred the thought of riding through a pile of ruined buildings to going another round with the goblins. "Lovely," I said. "Let's go ride straight towards it then, shall we?" The rest of the group exchanged wary glances, but seeing as going back the way we'd come wasn't an option, we really didn't have much of a choice. Together, we turned our horses and rode deeper into the cold shadows of the strange and empty canyon. Chapter 3. After a short, silent ride, we reached the end of the canyon and pulled our horses to a stop just beyond its walls. We sat atop a high cliff that dropped away to a valley floor several hundred feet below. Mountain peaks, like the one we'd just ridden through, surrounded the valley on all sides, forming a natural bowl that was filled from end to end with the unmistakable straight lines of buildings and streets. My first look at the shattered city was a good bit less imposing than I'd been expecting. It was decently large. Not as big as Byzantia, of course, but easily 3 or 4 times the size of Farshore. I could tell, even from this distance, that this was no human city. The buildings were too pretty, for one thing. All graceful arches of white stone with glazed roof tiles of red, green, gold, and blue. The streets were wide and lined with trees that were impossibly well tended, looking more like green sculptures than living things. I had no idea how the foliage had maintained its perfect condition after 500 years of neglect, but the rest of the ruined city seemed equally pristine. The city looked more like a piece of art than a place to live. I was beginning to suspect that I would have had trouble finding a decent tavern or shadow-soaked alleyway down there, even if I'd come when the city was still alive. It was dead now, though, that much was certain. The only movement I could see within its sprawl was the gentle swaying of branches as the wind danced down tree-lined avenues. The whole valley was completely still, without even birdsong to break the silence. The longer I looked, the more the white spires and walls began to look like the bleached bones of some long-dead beast left to rot in the sun. There was no way that the narrow canyon we'd ridden through was the primary entrance into the valley. I scanned the surrounding mountains and spotted a much larger break in the mountain ridge on the opposite side of the city from where we stood. It was flanked by statues so large that I could make out the rivets of their armor even from here, and I could just make out a large paved avenue that cut through the pass and into the city. I was beginning to get a sense of the city's layout, and I realized that the route we'd taken had led us to what must have been a rarely used rear entrance to the valley. Perhaps there had once been a ramp or even a system of moving platforms like you could find in some parts of Byzantia to carry travelers from below to the cliff where we now stood, but I saw no sign of anything like that now. Just when I was about to ask if anyone had any idea of how we could make our way down the cliff without breaking our necks, Sheska discovered the remnants of a winding trail cut into the rock that traced a worn and treacherous path to the valley floor. I spent the whole ride torturing poor Shanty by digging my trembling knees into her ribs and grabbing at her mane in white-knuckled terror, but eventually we made it down without incident. The path leveled out at the base of the cliff, becoming a small road of paved stones that ran straight towards the outline of the city spires ahead. A 2-story building, likely some sort of gatehouse, sat across the road. The road itself passed through an archway that divided the building into 2 halves. The archway was set with thick wooden gates that could be closed and locked to bar the road, but currently they sat open on their hinges. Not that it would have mattered greatly, as we could have simply ridden around the building to rejoin the road on the other side. It had clearly been meant to serve more as a toll house and guard barracks than any kind of defensive structure, but I suppose the elves who built it had seen little need for real walls when their city was surrounded on all sides by the biggest damn cliffs I'd ever seen. As we rode closer, I got my first good look at the gatehouse, and as I did, my casual once-over quickly turned into a wide-eyed stare. From a distance, the building had appeared normal enough, but as we approached, I realized that it was anything but. Its walls, windows, and roof were covered in ripples, like the surface of a pond stirred by a gust of wind, as though the whole building had been melted and then reformed in the same breath. Its entire western corner flowed into a puddle that spread over the ground like a pool of melted wax. "Mother of mysteries," I whispered. "How is this even possible?" "It isn't." I'd been so focused on what I was seeing that I hadn't even realized Cale had ridden his horse up next to mine. Or it shouldn't be, at least. And yet... He tossed his chin towards the unmistakable proof that sat right in front of us. The building's strange liquid appearance wasn't the only unnatural thing about it. As we rode closer, I noticed strange shapes embedded in the walls. Some were round, while others were longer protrusions that looked a bit like small tree limbs sticking out at strange angles. It took me a moment to realize that the round shapes had eyes, staring back at me in frozen horror, and the limbs sported fingers clawing at the air. The shapes were the stone outlines of people, elves in armor, now preserved forever in their poses of terror and death within the building's walls. "Alaron, please tell me that your people used to have a thing for carving horrible, disturbing sculptures into the sides of their buildings?" I was having trouble breathing. The thought of being suddenly frozen inside a wall to die without even one final scream was not a pleasant one, and my elven friend didn't look like he was faring much better as he shook his head in answer to my question. The gate still lay open in front of us, but without a word we all turned our horses onto the grass and traced a wide circle around the gatehouse before rejoining the road on the far side to continue on towards the city. We rode for nearly half an hour through the open land that separated the city proper from the mountain walls. The land around us was empty aside from a series of low stone walls which divided it up into fields that I guessed had once served as farmland or pastures. I could only imagine that the limited land within the caldera had been at quite a premium, which meant that farmland like this must have been preserved by law, probably in an effort to keep the city more self-sufficient. Given Byzantia's own history of starvations and food riots, I had to admit that it wasn't a terrible idea. The sun was sliding lower in the sky, and the light breeze kept us cool. In other circumstances, I would have been overjoyed to finally be riding towards civilization with the promise of a real bed and a proper dinner ahead of me. But my thoughts kept returning to the elves, trapped within the gatehouse wall. Nataka's horse walked beside mine, and I found myself increasingly desperate to break the eerie silence of the valley. "What's a Skretchgatsen?" She started in her saddle at the sound of my voice. "The word loses much in your tongue. Care to try anyway?" She squinted up into the sky for a moment, then looked back at me. "You have experienced the kind of shit that comes out after a particularly unpleasant meal?" I blinked twice, then nodded. "That is Skretchgatsen." I nodded again as I focused on keeping a straight face. "Thank you for explaining." She turned back to the road ahead and resumed her silence. My mind scrambled for something else to talk about, and I landed on the first thought it offered. "When we fought the goblins, you shouted something about Kaladar's vengeance. Is that an orc legend?" I thought I might be able to draw a story out of her as we rode, but she turned on me with a cold and angry scowl. She opened her mouth, giving me a clear view of her pointed teeth, then caught herself with a visible effort of will before she said whatever had been on the tip of her tongue. "No. Though if the world was a just place, it would be by now. Kalidar was my son." "Oh," I mumbled, aware that I had just stumbled into a sensitive topic, and suddenly unsure of how to proceed. "What happened to him?" "Are all humans so fond of pointless questions?" She spurred her horse further down the road before I could respond, leaving me wondering what steaming pile I'd just stuck my foot into this time. No one else was in the mood for talking. The eerie silence of the place stretched on and on, broken only by the muted clatter of our horses' hooves on paving stones. Finally, the open countryside gave way to a proper city sprawl ahead. As we approached the first buildings that form the outer ring of the city itself, my worst suspicion was confirmed. Every single one was melted and warped like the guardhouse. Every single one was decorated with the twisted shapes of its former occupants in various poses of panic and agony. Even the streets themselves were marred by the grasping hands and screaming faces of those who'd been out walking when the catastrophe struck. Soon I learned to just keep my eyes fixed between Shanti's ears as we carefully picked our way around their grasping hands and pleading eyes to ride ever deeper into the nightmare scene that the city had become. Now that there was more than one building to observe, it was clear that whatever force had done this had swept through the city in an expanding wave from a point near its center. The streets mostly ran inward in straight lines from the city's outer edge, like the spokes of a great wheel, which I imagined was exactly what it would have looked like to a bird flying overhead, if any birds had ever gathered enough courage to do so. So far, the sky had been as empty as the streets themselves. Still, the layout was well planned and easy to follow, so at least we didn't need to worry about getting lost along the way. Nothing in the city made any sense. After more than 500 years, I had expected collapsed roofs, crumbling walls, and forest life swarming through the ruins, but I didn't see so much as a moldy awning anywhere in sight. The city was perfect. Its streets and buildings were far cleaner than Byzantia's even on a good day. Sure, they were bent and melted in wholly unnatural ways, but they were otherwise in marvelous condition. If it weren't for that and the crowds of tortured and terrified statues stumbling through doorways and fleeing through the streets, I might have thought the entire population had simply decided to leave the city on holiday that morning. Kale called a halt to water our horses as we rode through an open courtyard with a fountain at its center. The fountain looked to have once been adorned by an elegant statue at its center, but whatever its shape had once been was now warped into a twisted spiral that drooped to one side, looking for all the world like a pile of dog shit that had sat too long in the hot sun. "That looks to be a smithy," he said as our horses drank their fill. He was pointing across the courtyard towards a building, with an open roof built out from its side that covered a small forge, with a stone furnace at its center and wooden racks along the walls that sported rows of spotless tools. It must have been a busy place in its day, because several hundred men, women, and children stood in various poses of panic and terror throughout the courtyard. Some fled in the general direction we'd just come from, out towards the edges of the city. Others were partially embedded in the flagstones and the walls of the buildings that ring the square, as though they'd been wading through water that had instantly turned to stone. Everywhere I looked, I saw horror, panic, and pain, so lifelike that it was easy to think they might pick right up where they'd left off if I just reached out and touched one. In my mind, I kept hearing the chorus of screams that their stone mouths could no longer make, but the only sound my ears could hear was the gentle, slurping sounds our horses made as they eased their thirst, and the pounding of my heart against my ribs. "Seems as good a place as any to make camp for the night," Kale continued, drawing my attention back to the present. "Did you take a few goblin clubs to the head while we were fighting?" I asked. "You want us to sleep here?" "We'll not make it to the palace and back again before nightfall," he argued, his voice maddeningly calm as he pointed towards the western mountains now painted red and gold by the setting sun. "He's right," Magnus said, though it sounded like the words caught in his throat a little. "Our horses need rest, and we need food. Better to proceed in the morning when we're fresh." "I don't know what's wrong with you two, but I sure as shit won't be getting any sleep surrounded by all this," I snapped, waving my arms at the scene around us. "You would rather ride amongst them in the dark?" Sheska asked. That did put a different spin on things. "Fine," I sighed. "Let's be about it then, so we can put this damned place behind us." No one seemed inclined to argue. Chapter 4. I'd already learned that nightfall comes on fast in the wilderness, but we had everything in order by the time the last of the sun's rays ducked below the mountain peaks. Nataka and Sheska got a nice fire blazing away in the forge, while Alaron set out the bedrolls, Magnus prepared supper, and Kale and I refilled our water skins and gathered more wood from other buildings around the square. Thankfully, it looked like the blacksmith who'd owned the forge had been out when the city was turned into horrible stone gargoyles, because I saw no sign of his statue anywhere around the place as we settled down to eat. I sat close to the crackling fire and tried to let it warm the chill from my bones, but the moonlit shadows looming over the tortured shapes in the courtyard beyond our little circle of light kept putting the chill right back into them. Supper was a quiet affair. Everyone finished their meal and retired to their bedroll to sharpen steel, oil leather, tighten straps, or whatever other mundane task they could find to occupy their attention before sleep. Even Alaron, who normally filled every resting moment with words, seemed content to study one of the scrolls he carried in his pack in silence. On most nights, that would have suited me just fine. But without the usual hum of city life, or even a nighttime chorus of crickets and animal calls to fill the silence, I found I wanted to at least hear someone else's voice. "Can I ask you a question, Alaron?" I asked, plopping myself down beside his bedroll and leaning my back against the wall without waiting for an answer. "Looks like you're about to do it either way," he answered, but he smiled as he said it, and I got the sense that he was grateful for the intrusion. "What happened here?" "You don't know?" His brow hunched down into a confused frown. "I could have sworn I'd told the story a dozen times by now. You see, 500 years or so ago, our High King Tyrael enacted a great ritual of some sort that turned the— Yes, I know the history." I cut him off before he could build up too much steam. I guess I really should have asked how it happened. I mean, magic, obviously, but how? No one is entirely certain, to be honest. Records from that era indicate that Tyrael was obsessed with the obscurities of chronomancy, the manipulation of time itself. Is that even possible? Sooner or later, I knew I'd get tired of asking that question, but it slipped past my lips before I could catch it. Possible, yes, but also highly unstable and dangerous. The flow of time is a weighty thing, and toying with it can have unintended consequences, he said with a nod of his head towards the courtyard beyond the firelight. If this king of yours was so unhinged, why didn't someone try to stop him? Well, it's not as though Tyrael set out to destroy his city and condemn those of his people who survived to 5 centuries of slow decline and misery, he huffed, sounding more defensive than I was used to. Most agree that he was attempting something else entirely, something extraordinary, but that his ritual got somewhat, out of hand. Too bad no one is offering a prize for the greatest understatement of the year. You'd have won for sure. Alaron shot me a quick glare, but continued anyway. The point is, magic can be unpredictable, even under the best of circumstances, and the greater the spell, the greater the potential for disaster. Working beyond the laws of our mortal sphere tends to warp the mind over time, hence the need for rituals and focuses and such. Hells, every great diviner who made a name in the art became a raving lunatic eventually. What? Then why do you practice it yourself? Aren't you worried the same will happen to you? Isn't it obvious? I needed help with the ladies. He smiled as he said it, but his smile was brittle. I snorted but didn't speak, waiting him out for a better answer. He looked down at his hands as though he might find that answer hidden beneath his fingers. As the silence stretched out, I began to wonder if I'd lost him, until he spoke in a whisper so quiet that I had to lean in to hear it. I could accept madness, he said, if I found the path before it claimed me. What path? He looked up and met my gaze, his face far more serious than I'd thought possible for him. The path to a better future. Then he smiled again, his dour mood dissolving like clouds after a rain. In the meantime, I play my little games to keep the crazy at bay. Little games? You mean your wagers? In a flash, the things he'd told me all clicked together, and I caught a glimpse behind his mask. If you've seen the future, then the moments when you don't know what's about to happen become more important, don't they? He looked at me for a moment as though he was seeing me for the first time. You know, you're the first person who's ever figured that out. Reveling in uncertainty helps me stay grounded. Well, as grounded as possible for a dashing master of the arcane such as myself. So, if magic is so unpredictable and dangerous, why are so many able to practice it without disintegrating themselves or whatever? Ah, Well, most wizards and whatnot stick to the well-worn paths. They work with tried and tested incantations or rituals that have been handed down by the braver pioneers who went before them, rather than attempting to create something new. That's what you meant earlier when you said that improvised magic is dangerous? Indeed. I was working from the starting point of an existing spell I'm already familiar with, so I had a reasonably solid handle on things. Even so, there was certainly a chance I might have simply hoisted the lot of us into the air instead of that barrier, or something even worse. But when I've seen Nataka work her magic, it always looks like she's making it up as she goes along. That's because she is. Well, to some degree anyway. She's a tribal shaman, so she communes with whatever spirits are present at the moment and draws on their power for her spells. The rules are a little different for her. I don't understand, I said, unable to keep the growing frustration from my voice. My time with the Daughters of Vesta had left me with an inescapable drive to analyze and understand when presented with a new problem, especially one that seemed to violate every law of nature that I'd ever learned. How can two approaches to magic be so different and yet still work? Which one is right? 2 approaches? Oh my dear, there are dozens. Blood magic, astromancy, runes and sigils. Reading off a list of all the magic disciplines I know would put an insomniac to sleep, and I'm quite certain there are many more that I've never even heard of. But why the sudden interest? I thought, close your eyes until it goes away was your preferred stance on all things arcane and mystical. I had to think about his question for a moment. I hadn't really considered what prompted my growing interest in understanding the strange things I'd seen and experienced since arriving in Danan, but the answer came to me soon enough. I suppose it boils down to survival, just like everything else. I may not like it, but it's pretty clear that magic is a regular part of life here. And if there's one thing I learned on the streets, it's that knowing what to expect is the difference between living and taking a long dirt nap. Learning more about how magic operates here isn't that different than knowing where the city guard patrol or which merchants pay the local Ghazi boss for protection and which ones don't. Alaron chuckled as he shook his head. Leave it to you to find a way to be utterly pragmatic about the mysteries of the arcane. Very well, then. If it's a lesson in magical theory you're after, you shall have it. He cleared his throat and sat up straighter, and as I watched a growing enthusiasm light up his eyes, I began to wonder what I'd just gotten myself into. It might help if you think of magic a little bit like water, he began. All water is essentially the same, but your experience of it depends very much on when and where you interact with it. Is water a raging river or a gentle rain? The vast ocean or a tiny pond? Is it ice, a warm bath, or rolling clouds of fog? He paused and stared at me, awaiting my answer. All of them, I suppose. Indeed. And yet you could have said that it is none of them and it still have been correct. Water is itself. Its true essence does not change despite the many forms it takes, and magic is much the same. The various traditions focus on different aspects or expressions of magic, but in the end, it is simply a force for change that can be channeled and harnessed by those with the will and ability to do so. That actually makes a lot of sense, I admitted as my mind worked to absorb the implications of everything he'd just said. Of course it does! Alaron gave his knee an excited slap, looking immensely pleased with himself. It really is an excellent metaphor. I'm surprised I've not heard it used before. I shall have to write it down before I forget it. So if magic is like water, can anyone learn to work with it? I asked, following the track of my thoughts as I tried to keep him focused. Well, that's something of a debated subject, actually. Most agree that while all sentient creatures have some innate connection or sensitivity towards the flow of magic, most lack the strength or ability to manipulate it directly. Amongst my own people, the young are tested at a certain age, and only those who display the proper aptitude are accepted for study by the Chromatis Arcani. I know of similar traditions among many of the other races. Philosophy aside, it's certainly true that some are born with an innate facility for magic which others lack. I let his words roll around in my mind for a moment. Ever since I was forced to accept the evidence of my own senses when I'd first encountered magic in Danan, I'd felt cast adrift from everything I thought I'd known. Before I stepped off the boat in Farshore, life had made sense. It could be a real shit show for people like me, but at least I'd known the rules and had a chance to use my wits and instinct to help me turn them to my advantage. The discovery that for all its initial mystery, magic might simply be one vast system whose structure I just didn't comprehend yet, came as an immense relief. The daughters of Vesta had shown me that even the most complex of subjects could be broken down and understood given enough time and determination. I drew in a deep breath, feeling better than I had in weeks, and decided that that was exactly what I was going to do. Thanks, Alaron. That was actually very helpful. I think I'll have a few more questions for you in the future, if you don't mind answering them, but that's probably enough for one night. Any time, he said with another one of his brilliant grins. My bedroll is always open. I managed to keep my reaction to a few rapid blinks, even though his words felt like a splash of cold water in my face. Had he meant that the way it sounded? His eyes stayed locked on mine, but I couldn't read them well enough to be certain either way. Right, well, I'd better go get set up for first watch. Thanks again, I mumbled as I stood and retreated to the front of the forge. We'd all agreed that posting a watch was prudent, despite the fact we hadn't seen the slightest sign of life since we entered the city, and now I was doubly glad that I'd volunteered to go first. I snatched a blanket from my pack, wrapped it around my shoulders, and sat down with my back against a wooden post as I stared out into the courtyard and tried to put Alaron's unreadable smile out of my mind. The others settled into sleep, one by one, as the hours rolled by, until all I heard behind me was the snap and pop of the wood Cale had banked up in the forge, punctuated by Sheska and Magnus's doubling snores. I let my thoughts wander where they willed, and soon found myself wondering what life in the strange and silent city had been like before King Tyrael had destroyed it. Did elves gather on market day to exchange gossip and watch executions like the citizens of Byzantia? Had they needed to guard their money belts from pickpockets, or were they above such things? If you'd asked me to guess not that long ago, I would have assumed that the Sylvan folk went about their days held aloft by quiet dignity and majestic poise. But weeks of traveling with Alaron had shown me that he, at least, was just as mortal as the rest of us, with all of the attendant vices and quirks that went along with it. Take that elven girl who had just entered the square with her basket held ready for whatever she'd come in search of. She looked close to my own age, and if you took away the tall pointed ears and the shimmering blue light that surrounded her, she would hardly have drawn a second glance among the stalls of the Concordium. I bolted upright as the reality of what I was seeing startled me fully awake. A quick rub of my eyes confirmed that I wasn't dreaming. The glowing figure of a young elven woman was gliding across the open stones of the square towards the fountain at its center. She wore an elegant dress that trailed into tattered flickers of light that drifted away on the breeze behind her. As I watched, she paused and waved at an empty spot of air on the far side of the fountain, as a smile spread across her face. Or it had been empty air, at least. When I looked again, I saw the brilliant outline of another woman waving back. She was older than the first, but might otherwise have been her twin. And as the two moved to meet up by the fountain, a swirling ball of blue light blossomed into the shape of a tall man holding a young boy by the hand as they walked in the opposite direction. That sight was followed by a dozen more like it, then 100, until in a span of a few rapid breaths, the entire square teemed with the ghostly motions of a crowd on market day. Guys, I think you should see this, I whispered over my shoulder as I reached back to give the toe of Nataka's boot a good shake. No mice, she muttered as she kicked at my hand. Mother's grace, a small voice whispered in my ear. I turned to find Sheska crouched beside me, short bow in hand as she stared out at the scene that filled the courtyard. As she turned back to me, I saw fear written plain across her face, and that did more to unnerve me than all those ghostly whatever they were had managed on their own. If Sheska was afraid enough to let it break through that mask she called a face, then I knew for sure that we were in a very bad spot. She turned and slipped back into the forge without making a sound, and soon I heard rustling fabric and whispered words as she woke the others with the news that we were not as alone in the shattered city as we had thought. All right, Charity, just keep calm and hold still. The ghosts of everyone who was horribly murdered here are floating around a stone's throw from where you're sitting, but maybe they're the friendly sort. This is definitely not the reason that everyone who's ever come here was never heard from again. Everything is going to be fine. No matter how hard I tried to convince myself that things might not be as bad as they seemed, every danger sense I possessed, from the tingling in my scalp to the itch in my palms, was screaming at me to burrow into the deepest hole I could manage and stay there until the sun came out. At least they don't seem to have noticed us. Maybe if we just sit tight and quiet until morning, then... "Unhand me, Radgar! You'll pay for your treachery!" Magnus's voice thundered through the still night air as Sheska shook him from his sleep. I heard muffled curses as the others rushed to clamp hands over his mouth, but it was too late. Every one of the ghostly silhouettes outside snapped their heads in our direction at once, their pantomime shattered by the foreign sound. The girl whom I'd first seen enter the square raised her arm and extended a slender finger to point straight at my heart. I watched in frozen terror as her mouth fell open to unleash a terrible scream. Her jaw dropped lower and lower until it draped past her chest like some grotesque wax shape that had melted and run in the heat of a fire as the sound that blasted out from her grew louder. The piercing wail of horror, fury, and pain scraped across my ears and continued on, long past the point when breath would have failed in living lungs. The figures all around her raised shimmering arms and shrill screams as their faces warped to match hers. Then as one body they surged towards us in a rolling wave of blue light, wild eyes and gaping mouths. I scrambled backwards into the forge. The only thing my mind could manage in response was pure animal terror that drove me to run, hide, escape. I collided hard with Magnus and went tumbling to the floor as he pushed past me, his axe Hilda held overhead and a scream of blind fury on his lips. From the crazed look in his eyes, I doubted that he was even fully awake, just driven by instinct and the rage that haunted his dreams, to throw himself at the new threat without hesitation. "Wait!" I screamed as I dove for his boot, but he barreled past me and charged out into the courtyard alone. He met the onrushing swarm of ghostly figures with a lateral swipe of his axe that cleaved through the first four in a single blow. Their shimmering outlines parted at the waist, swirling like fog teased by the wind for a brief moment before flowing back to their original form. Before he could recover for another swing, the ghosts fell on him in a mass of flailing limbs and piercing screams. A brilliant flash of light burst outward as they made contact with him. I buried my head in my elbow to shield my eyes. When I looked up again, a half-second later, Magnus had vanished. Some detached part of my brain observed that the ghost of the elven matron who had greeted the girl I'd first seen had also disappeared. The rest of my brain focused on the fact that there were more than enough ghosts to take her place, and that they had all just turned their attention on me. I scrambled to my feet and ran further back into the forge. If Magnus's axe hadn't stopped them, I didn't see what good my swords would do, even if I'd had time to retrieve them from the pile next to my bedroll. I saw Alaron gesturing as the air around him began to crackle with energy. Kale stood in front of him with his sword and shield held ready. He shouted something as I ran past, but I couldn't make out his words over the endless chorus of screams that followed on my heels. As I dove over a barrel and rolled to my feet on the other side, 2 more bursts of light flared over my shoulder. A backward glance confirmed that now there were more ghosts surging towards me where the 2 men had stood before. I kept running, my mind frantically searching for an escape, but finding none. 3 more steps carried me to the back of the forge, where its cold stone wall rose impassive and immovable to block my path. Another flash of light, and when I spun round with my back pressed against the wall, I saw that only Sheska and I were left standing. She must have been just a half step behind me the whole way, but she could see the wall that blocked our escape as well as I. Sheska took one look at my face, saw the wild terror written plain across it and the wet line of tears that had made their own way down my cheeks, and turned to plant herself in between me and the horde of iridescent blue figures that chased after us. She tossed her short bow aside, drew the long skinning knife she kept on her belt, and dug in her heels as the wailing phantoms surged towards us. The fear that had gripped me and driven me near to madness since the ghosts had first sighted us broke apart at the sight of my tiny halfling friend placing herself square in their path to save me. She was barely half my size, yet even as I cowered like a frightened puppy, she stood determined to do what she could, ready to fight to the last. I had never taken her talk of becoming Kokoan very seriously. Tying your life so closely with another's seemed like the height of madness to a street waif like me. But in that space between heartbeats, I realized that Sheska had just put her life on the line for my sake without thinking twice because of that bond. For the first time since the sound had begun, I found myself feeling strangely grateful for the ghost's horrible wailing, because it meant that Sheska couldn't hear the half-sob that caught in my throat as I realized that for the first time in my life, I wasn't standing nose to eyeball with danger on my own. I grabbed the leg of a wooden stool and brandished it like a club as I leapt forward to stand side by side with my Cocoan. If the ghosts were moved by our futile show of defiance, however, they gave no sign of it. They just flowed through or around whatever solid object stood in their way as they surged towards us with crooked fingers clawing at the air. I found myself staring into the eyes of the girl that I'd first seen enter the square as she reached for me. She held her basket clutched to her chest with one hand, as the other stretched towards my face. As I met her gaze, I realized that her eyes were filled with the wild, unreasoning panic of a drowning man in the instant before he was claimed by the waves. A terror greater than anything I could imagine drove her flight, and even as she reached for me, I felt a strange sympathy for her rising up beneath my own fear. As her fingers brushed my face, an electric shock flowed through my skin to crash down into my bones. My world dissolved in a flash of brilliant blue, and then I felt nothing at all. Chapter 5. I awoke with a smile on my lips and a song in my heart, threw back the covers and leapt across the floor to my wardrobe like a meadowlark riding a spring breeze. I let my hand rest on the handle for a moment, savoring the last of the delicious anticipation that had kept me from sleep all night long, before throwing the doors open to reveal my beautiful new dress in all its satin glory. It was the kindest, most thoughtful gift Mother had ever given me. No doubt that harpy Cressida would positively die of envy when she saw me turning heads at the Solstice Gala tonight, especially if its low-cut back and off-the-shoulder grace drew a Darian's eye to me like I hoped it would. Perhaps it would finally spur the gorgeous lout to offer his arm and claim the first dance. I dressed in a flurry of white lace and daydreams, and before long I stood before my dressing mirror to assess the results. "Acceptably adequate," I said to my reflection. I'd done up my blonde tresses in high court fashion, pinned in place with a silver comb to emphasize the slender peak of my ears. A wave of dizziness struck me without warning. I caught myself against the mirror's wooden frame for support, and for a moment my vision blurred so badly that I saw another figure altogether staring back out of the mirror. Rough, cropped black hair hung to her shoulders, framing a face with skin the color of Mother's morning cha, set with a pair of emerald green eyes. Everything about that face felt both familiar and foreign in equal measure. The dizziness grew stronger, until I squeezed my eyes shut and focused on drawing in a few deep, calming breaths to steady my wild nerves. When I finally dared open my eyes again, I saw my own true reflection looking back at me, confused, frightened, but the correct shape, size, and color once more. The feeling of something being out of place still lingered in my mind, like the sensation of opening your mouth to speak, only to find that the words you were searching for have run just out of reach of your tongue. It was unsettling, but I shook my head, squared my shoulders, and decided to attribute it to an excess of nerves and a poor night's sleep before turning for the door. I picked up a bread roll from the table and a basket from its hook by the front door before stepping out into the street. I was greeted by the sun's warm glow and the symphony of birdsong that always graced the city streets. I had taken less than 10 steps when the rolling chorus of silver bells called the hour in a rippling wave of music that flowed from the palace at the city center to lift my heart and clear away the last of the uncertainty from the morning's strange episode. I loved my city. Shira el Torres, the shining city, earned its name anew each and every day. Its colors and majestic vistas, music and cultured grace were known and admired the world over. Today promised to be even more glorious than most, for the king had made it known that he intended to grace his subjects with a wonderful gift in honor of the city's 1,000th year. It seemed that the city had done nothing but speculate and gossip as to the nature of that gift since King Tyrael had made the proclamation, But the only clue he had offered was that it was a greater gift than any in the long history of elvenkind, and would light the way to a truly glorious future for our people. As I rounded the corner onto the avenue of green branches, I was struck by another episode of disorientation. My head exploded with wave after wave of stabbing pain that sent me stumbling like a drunkard for the shade of one of the trees that gave the street its name. I leaned against the rough bark and dug the heel of my palms into my eyes as I waited for the spell to pass. After what felt like an eternity, the pain faded into a dull ache that was at least somewhat bearable. I raised my head again, careful not to move too quickly, but what I saw when I opened my eyes ripped a scream of terror from my throat. Dark clouds rolled overhead where the sun had shone just a moment before. The buildings that lined the avenue, shops and houses I knew well, had been warped into unnatural shapes like the surface of a lake frozen an instant after it was struck by a stone. As disturbing as those sights were, my scream had been caused by something closer to hand and far more horrifying. Less than an arm's length in front of my face stood the stone shape of a man, frozen in mid-step as he ran towards me, his face a mask of wild panic as his hands clawed the air between us. I turned in a slow, dazed circle as I looked at hundreds more just like him, scattered across the street and among the trees all around me. Men and women of all ages and classes, their faces contorted in silent terror as they fled together from something further up the street, although I saw nothing but more statues when I looked in that direction. I stumbled backwards, only to trip over a park bench and tumble to the ground in my haste to escape the visions of horror that surrounded me. How could this have happened? The shining city and everyone in it had been swallowed by death in the few brief moments I'd closed my eyes. Was I the only one left? I wrapped my arms around my chest, curled into a ball, and fought the nausea that threatened to bring up the meager contents of my stomach at any moment. "Are you all right, miss?" An uneasy voice above my head broke through my fear. I looked up to find the sun shining in the sky once more, and the same man I'd seen standing as a tortured stone statue a moment before, looking down at me, with a mixture of pity and wary concern on his face. Others stood staring behind him, drawn by my outburst. Yes, thank you. I can't think what came over me." I allowed him to help me to my feet and retrieve my basket from beside the park bench I'd tripped over. "Would you like to see a doctor?" he asked, speaking like a man trying to soothe a crazed horse with calm words. "I know an excellent one in the Adrenoth Heights I could take you to." "Oh, no, that's hardly necessary," I answered as I stepped past him. "It was probably just the summer heat. Please excuse me." I hurried through the crowd that had gathered and moved up the street as fast as I could manage without breaking into an outright run, my cheeks burning with every step. I had no true excuse or explanation for what had happened, at least not one that I wished to share with a crowd of strangers. In truth, I was beginning to wonder if speaking to someone about these strange visions wouldn't be such a bad idea. With the beautiful day now in full force all around me, it was difficult to believe in the things I'd just seen, but the memory lingered with me, sharp and heavy with the sense of impending danger. Those few moments had felt just as real to me as anything I'd ever experienced, and I found that I could not simply dismiss them as the product of an overwrought imagination, no matter how badly I wanted to. By the time I'd reached the entrance to Viridian Square, I had made up my mind to tell Mother about the two strange episodes and ask for her counsel. Simply stepping onto the flagstones of the square did a great deal to calm my nerves. I'd spent many days here since my childhood, playing among the alleyways and shop awnings that circled around it, and even splashing happily in the waters of the fountain at its center on hot summer days. My uncle Joriel ran his smithy here, and his reputation drew customers from all across Danann, while my mother's apothecary shop stood nearby. If any place in the shining city could afford relief from the dark visions that seemed determined to haunt my day, it was here. "Spare a coin in honor of the day, child." An old woman sat on a ragged blanket with her back against the stone wall and a cup lying eager and ready at her feet. "I'm sorry, Granny, but I'm in a hurry today." "Have you no time for charity, dear?" Her words struck me like a slap to the face. Images and memories crashed down on me. Mother Shanti's pinched and disapproving face, The same look on the face of the magister who'd sentenced me to a life of service in exile in Farshore colony. I remembered the cramped hold of the ship that carried me across the ocean, the first sight of Farshore's peaked rooftops and wooden walls. I remembered Kale's mustache twitching as he tried to hold back a laugh. Magnus standing on a table and challenging all comers to another round of arm wrestling. Alaron's smile, Sheska's scowl, and the Taka's quiet dignity. As the memories fell atop one another like stones in a wall, I remembered myself. Charity, I am Charity. Not from where I'm sitting, you aren't, the beggar woman huffed before turning to look for more promising targets as I tried to make sense of what I was experiencing. The sensation of being two minds in one body was almost too much to bear. Hearing my own name spoken out loud seemed to have been the shock that I needed to recall myself, but the elven girl's thoughts and feelings crowded in all around me, fighting against my will to regain control of her own body. I gritted my teeth and pushed her aside by focusing on what I should do next to put an end to whatever strange magic had landed me here in the first place. As I looked around, I realized that I was standing on the edge of the square where we'd been camped when the horde of screaming spirits had swept in on us. The fountain in the center splashed with clear, fresh water. At its center stood 3 elven figures wielding bows that fired water in graceful arcs to splash down into the basin below. The fountain statue and the buildings around the square all stood comfortingly straight and solid, but it was the same place all right. As I stood on my tiptoes to get a look at the smithy where we'd made camp, it occurred to me that if I'd come here in the body of the girl who'd gotten her ghost claws into me, then maybe the others would be around here as well, buried in the minds of the spirits that had taken them. It was a complete and total guess, but it seemed reasonable enough, and seeing as how I couldn't think of anything better, I set off to try and find my friends. The determination I'd first felt as I merged with the crowd soon faded into hopeless frustration. Everyone looked and acted like a normal elf on a normal day, and I quickly realized that I had no idea what signs I might look for to tell me which ones out of that milling throng held my friends trapped inside them, assuming my guess was even correct to begin with. After nearly an hour of aimless wandering, I threw myself down on the low stone wall of the fountain. The elf girl's thoughts of confusion and irritation buzzed at me like a swarm of flies, which made it hard to maintain focus. I decided to allow myself a few minutes to rest and splash some water on the back of my neck to give myself something else to think about, beside the growing fear that I might be trapped here alone and half-mad forever. "And then we'll eat cake!" squealed a small voice behind me. "Yes, my boy," laughed a man's voice in answer. "All the cake we can squeeze into that growing stomach of yours." As I turned to look over my shoulder, I recognized the speakers. It was the father and son I had last seen as ghostly blue figures holding hands and drifting across the square in the moonlight. As I stared harder at them, a stab of pain lanced through my brain, and for a moment it was as if I looked at two people standing in the same space. The elven father walked by me, and so did Alaron, looking frantic and confused. The boy held tight to his father's hand, but his face also sported a thick mustache and Kale's angry eyes searching for escape. "Excuse me," I called as I leapt from my seat by the fountain and ran up to them. "Yes? May I help you, miss?" "I was wondering if, have you felt anything odd lately?" "Odd, you say? Why, I can't say that I have. Now, if you'll please excuse us." The man's tone and expression as he turned to leave made it clear that I was the only odd thing he'd had to deal with so far today, and that he was quite eager to get as far away from me as possible. I racked my brains for something even remotely rational to say to keep him with me until I figured out how to shake my friends loose, but came up empty. "Oh, sod it. Snap out of it, Alaron!" I shouted at his back. The man froze in mid-step, his every muscle rigid with tension. "Papa?" his son said as he tugged on his arm. "You too, Kale. You have to fight." The boy's eyes went wide. A few heartbeats passed, then a few more as the crowd moved around us, casting irritated glances our way. Just when I began to worry that something had gone wrong, the man turned around to face me, and I saw a familiar, amused smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Well, That was a first. Alaron? In the flesh, he answered, then looked down at his hands. Well, more or less. A feeling of immense relief flooded through me. True, we were still just as trapped as we had been a moment before, but at least I wouldn't have to face it on my own. What's going on? The boy asked. His voice was still young and chirpy, but any trace of youthful innocence had been replaced by Cale's serious tone. The effect would have been rather funny if the whole thing wasn't so damned unnerving. We're in the shattered city the way it was before whatever happened actually happened, I said, then explained everything I'd seen and felt since I woke up in the elven girl's room. So, we're in the past then? Cale asked. I could only offer a shrug in answer, as his guess was as good as mine. We both turned to Alaron to find him staring at the spires and arches of the surrounding buildings in undisguised wonder, clearly deaf to Cale's question. It's even more wonderful than I could have dreamed, he whispered as he turned in a small circle. To think that once we soared to such heights. Hey! I reached out and shook his shoulder. You can play tourist later. Right now we need to figure out what's going on. What? He turned to look at me, but it took a moment before his attention followed. Yes, sorry, it's just... Never mind. What were you saying? Cale asked if we've been transported to the past somehow. Unlikely, Alaron answered as he looked down at his host's unfamiliar hands. Chronomancy does seem to be involved, but if we'd merely been transported in time, we would still be resident in our own bodies. Being trapped in the minds of the spirits who attacked us speaks of something more at play. Could this all be some sort of illusion? I asked. Like a dream we just need to wake up from, or something. I don't think so. Alaron steepled his fingers and tapped them against his lips in a gesture I'd come to think of as his "don't rush me, I'm thinking" face. The world around us is far too solid and consistent for that. It seems that we truly are here, wherever here is, and I suspect that whatever happens to us in this place would have very real consequences for us. Lovely. It gets worse, I'm afraid. From what you've told us and the thoughts that keep popping into my head as well, I can only conclude that we're in Shiriel Taurus on the exact day of its destruction. A cold chill swept through me. What does that mean? It means that if we can't figure out what magic placed us here and undo it before the sun sets on the city's last day, we're going to get a very up-close and personal view of the catastrophe that melted the city and turned everyone here into stone. Wonderful. That's great, I snapped. Even I could hear the raw edge of panic in my voice. So what do we do about it? First we find the others, Cale said, standing on the tips of his toes as he tried and failed to get a better view through the crowd. I'm guessing they're around here somewhere, just like we were. Brilliant plan, oh tiny one. That way, when the end comes, we can all hold hands and die together. The thought of spending the rest of eternity as a stone statue in a haunted city was driving me to the edge of my nerves. I knew I wasn't handling it well, and the more panicked I became, the more I felt the elf girl's consciousness pressing against mine, fighting for control. I pressed a hand to my head as the pain started building again. Her thoughts and feelings grew louder with every pounding beat of my heart. Thankfully, the solid weight of a hand on my shoulder pulled my attention back again, and I opened my eyes to see a familiar grin on an unfamiliar face. He's right, Charity, Not Alaron said. Nataka understands spirits better than any of us, and I think that their involvement is a key part of what happened to us. Besides, once we figure out how to get home again, we may not have much time to do it. We'll need to all be together to seize the moment. Not Cale reached out a small hand and awkwardly patted my knee. We have a plan, and it will work. Right, I nodded, drawing in a deep breath and releasing it slowly as I took refuge in their reassurance. We have a plan, and it will work. Let's get to it. Chapter 6. We decided that splitting up would be the quickest way to search the square, so I explained what signs they should look for to spot our friends trapped in someone else's body, and what to do about it when they did. We agreed to meet back by the fountain as soon as we'd found one of our companions, or in 30 minutes, whichever came first. It took nearly all of those 30 minutes, but I finally found Sheska trapped in the body of the blacksmith who owned the forge where we made camp. He was returning from some errand, but happily stopped to give me a smile and a warm hug when he caught sight of me wandering the square and staring hard at everyone I passed. At first I tried to excuse myself and get away from him as quickly as I could. I was so busy worrying that he would realize there was something very wrong with his niece that I almost missed the flickering double vision moments of yellow eyes and a small round face hovering across his features. "Wake up, Cocoan." I pitched my voice just loud enough for her to hear me without drawing attention from those around us, leaning in and staring hard into the eyes of the taller elf. He reeled back as if I just struck him in the face, shook his head and opened his mouth to speak. All that came out was an odd gurgling sound, then silence. He stared over the top of my head into the crowd for what seemed like ages, but just as I began to worry that I'd broken the man somehow, he shook his head again like a dog flinging water from its fur, and turned back to meet my gaze with a frown. "Mother's grace," the blacksmith said. "That was a thing." I threw my arms around her and squeezed hard, not bothering to hide my relief that she had been able to break free of the fog. The memory of my little friend standing with her knife between me and a horde of screeching ghosts sprang to mind, and I squeezed harder. "Oh, I think you just bruised a rib," she grumbled as she pulled herself free, but she couldn't completely hide her pleased smile. Sheska turned to look out over the crowd, turning a quick circle as she took in her surroundings. "So, this is what it feels like to be a giant?" I realized that the added factor of waking up inside a body several times taller than your own must be making this even stranger for her than it was for the rest of us. Well, except maybe for Kale. "How does it feel?" She finished her circle and looked down at her feet, then back at me. "The ground is too far away," she said. "How do you manage not to break your head open on the ground?" "We take it one step at a time," I chuckled as I took her hand and led her towards the fountain. "Come on, let's go find the others." I gave her a brief explanation of our situation as we made our way through the crowd, and had just finished by the time we reached the fountain's edge, to find the rest of our group waiting for us. Kale and Alaron stood with a plump elven housewife in a green and white dress, and a reed-thin elven man dressed in the patchwork colors and jangling bells of a festival juggler. I assumed that their bodies held Magnus and Nataka, but wasn't sure which one was which. "That's a lovely dress," Sheska smirked as we approached. The housewife's face flushed crimson. "The next one who comments on my clothing gets a fist through their teeth," she grumbled, her hands clenched tight at her side. "Guess that answers that." "Alaron has explained our situation," the juggler said in Nataka's slow and steady tone, "and I believe the picture is becoming clearer. In our world, the souls of these people are trapped, unable to pass to their rest beyond. They are bound to this place by a strange magic, neither truly dead nor truly alive. At night, when the boundaries of magic weaken, their consciousness roams the streets as they did in life. When they sense the warmth of the living, they reach out for aid, but the power that holds them is too strong. It pulls the souls of whomever they touch here into this place, and I suspect those souls are utterly destroyed when the catastrophe overtakes them each night." We all took a moment to absorb Nataka's words. I mostly focused on the utterly destroyed part. "So you're saying the specters that attacked us weren't ghosts?" Kale asked, in his tiny boy voice. "Not in the traditional sense, no. More like the manifestations of a waking nightmare, an expression of their pain and fear." She looked at the people milling around us, her eyes filled with sorrow and pity. "These folk have suffered as no soul ever should. What was done to them is a crime greater than I can comprehend." "And it's one I'd just as soon not share with them," I said, trying to keep my growing impatience from my voice as I steered the conversation back to the only subject that really mattered. "So what are we going to do about it?" "If Nataka is correct, we are dealing with magic unlike anything I've ever heard of, but certain principles should still apply." Alaron had been staring hard at the flagstones beneath his feet while Nataka spoke, but looked up at her now with excitement growing in his eyes. "If you can weaken the hold these spirits have on us, I believe I can create a portal to shift us back to our own reality and our own bodies." "Combine our magic?" she frowned. "I do not even know if such a thing is possible, but I suppose it is worth the effort. We need somewhere quieter than this, though." "I think I have just the place," Sheska said as she pointed over the heads of the crowd towards the forge owned by her host, the same place we'd made camp the night before. The crowd in the square had grown thicker as evening approached. The business of the market had slowly given way to revelry and festival lights, and we made slow progress at first as Kale's small body struggled to keep pace without being knocked to the ground. Finally, Magnus scooped him up with a grunt and held the boy tight against his host's ample bosom as Kale squirmed and cursed like a sailor on the docks. His colorful language drew a number of shocked and disapproving glances our way, but together we pushed our way through the crowd until we tumbled into the forge. Alaron and Nataka moved to stand by the back wall, their discussion growing ever more heated as they argued magical theory. "But without a proper focus, the conduit could unravel and—" "No! The spirits of this place must be respected, however warped they have become. We must—" "Did they teach you nothing of temporal resonance in that backwater village of yours? When we moved the—" Listening to the two of them hash out the details of their combined spell was a lot like listening to a sculptor and a blacksmith trying to bake a cake together for the first time. I kept one ear on their efforts, and one eye on the people milling about the square, alert for any unexpected changes. The stress of knowing that something terrible was about to happen, but not knowing the what or the when of it, was taking its toll on my nerves. A danger I could see and plan for was bad enough, but whatever had been unleashed on this city had apparently happened fast enough to catch all of its citizens unaware and unprepared. No matter how hard I tried to keep my mind clear and calm, as Mother Shanty had taught me, I kept picturing myself frozen forever as one more terrified statue among thousands. An hour passed, then 2. Every time Nataka and Alaron resolved one issue to their satisfaction, 2 more were raised. I understood in a loose sense that what they were about to attempt was difficult, but from the way they spoke of it, you'd think they were attempting to invent a new language and then use it to write an epic saga, all while racing the sun towards the horizon. I kept myself occupied by keeping an eye on the people in the square. We didn't have any idea what to expect, so I decided I should just watch for anything and everything out of the ordinary. By the time dusk began to spread its shadowed fingers over the thinning crowd, I'd only learned that watching elven festivals was about as exciting as staring at paint as it dried. I began to wonder if Alaron had been wrong about the city's impending doom. Maybe this was just a normal day, like any other. My stomach, at least, was convinced that our time would be better spent in search of a meal than standing around waiting for Alaron and Ataka to finish arguing. Then the world turned inside out. I was falling up into the sky and plummeting down into a fathomless ocean all at the same time, my senses completely overwhelmed in an instant. My mind and body were melted into a puddle that spun wildly around a drain, disappearing into a yawning void. The assault was immediate and overpowering. It stopped just as suddenly as it began. I stood trembling and confused in the same spot I'd been in when the chaos had claimed me, apparently unharmed but barely conscious. Everyone and everything around me stood as still and silent as I did, and it took only the briefest of glances to confirm that my friends and everyone else in the square must have experienced the same effects. "Look!" A woman stood by the fountain, eyes wide and mouth hanging open in shock as she pointed towards the center of the city. I followed her finger to see a thick cloud billowing up into the sky. At first I thought it was smoke from a fire, but I soon saw crackling bolts of blue and purple light flashing within the darkness. It rose several dozen feet in the air, but then seemed to gather in on itself rather than drifting away as smoke would have. It coiled tight for a moment, a swirling maelstrom that blocked out the light of the sun, then shot out in all directions like a breaking wave. As the cloud raced towards me, I felt a surge of fear crash through my mind. Every instinct screamed at me that within that rolling fog lay a doom far, far worse than death. It called to me, whispering promises in my mind just beyond my understanding, but I knew that I had to flee in the same way that the deer knows to run when lightning sparks a forest fire. I had already taken 3 steps towards the square before I caught hold of myself. The busy chatter of the crowd had turned to shouts and screams as people ran, tripping and shoving past each other in their panicked haste to escape. It took all of my willpower to overcome a lifetime of instinct and keep myself from joining them. I was alive today because I'd learned long ago that when trouble kicked in your front door, you didn't pause to think or check on your mates. You ran, plain and simple, and it was up to every rat to find their own hole. But I knew well enough that trying to outrun that cloud would only buy me a few extra minutes at most. Strange as it felt to admit it, my only hope of survival now lay with my friends. I still didn't really understand what they were doing, but I knew that Alaron and Nataka wouldn't bother trying if there wasn't at least a slim hope of success. I took in a deep breath, held it for a moment as I watched the angry death cloud warp and twist the buildings in its path as it swept over them to reach us, then turned and walked back into the forge. Alaron stood with his eyes closed in concentration, his hands outstretched towards the back wall of the smithy. Nataka knelt by the wall, the bells on her jester's outfit jingling wildly as she finished tracing a pattern onto the blank stone with a piece of chalk. It was the outline of a circle larger than a tavern door, with a series of strange shapes and symbols drawn around it at even intervals. From her slow and graceful movements, you might have thought the orc shaman was preparing a table for tea. "Anyone but me notice the giant angry doom cloud headed this way?" I asked. Sheska glared at me and placed a finger over her lips. The gesture was much more effective when delivered by a brawny elven face several inches above my own, but I stuck my tongue out at her and ignored her stern gaze as always. "I'm just saying it wouldn't hurt to pick up the pace a bit if we don't want to find out what it's like to be a 1,000-year-old statue." "Anyone ever tell you you're good at helping?" Kale asked in his boy voice as he elbowed my thigh. "Because if they did, you'd know for certain they're a natural-born liar." He smiled as he said it, but I could see the same tension in his eyes that was busy twisting my back muscles into knots. Before I could think of a good retort, Alaron's voice rang out within the cramped forge. He spoke in a language I didn't understand, if it was a language at all, but I felt the power in his words all the same. Light flared on the wall, and a wave of force cracked out and sent me stumbling back a step as I shielded my eyes with my arm. When I looked up, the circle they had drawn on the stone had fallen away into a swirling void of spiraling green light. The sigils Nataka had drawn around its edge pulsed and crackled, and I had the sense that they were straining to hold back an immense force. After a few seconds, the swirling vortex inside the circle resolved itself into an image. I saw the same forge we all stood in now, only this one had been warped and twisted by the same strange cloud that swept through the city behind us. I don't think I'd ever seen anything more beautiful in my entire life. "What are we waiting for?" The portly housewife that Magnus was riding in stepped towards the portal, but Alaron reached out and grabbed her shoulder. "Wait! We must wait for the portal to fully solidify. If we enter while the magic is still raw, the results could be devastating." "There's no time!" I shouted, grabbing Alaron and spinning him around to point at the square behind us just as the cloud exploded over and through the buildings on the far side of the square and swept across the empty flagstones towards us. Dust and debris rode the shockwave before it, and as it reached the fountain statue, the solid stone carving melted like glass, its form dissolving into a suspended pool of liquid white marble that was spun out and reformed as if the invisible hand of an angry child pulled and twisted it like wet clay. Then the cloud swept over it and surged towards us. Alaron's eyes widened for a moment. Then he shoved me towards the portal. "Go, now!" The screaming panic in my mind had become deafening, and I realized as I stepped to the portal that it was the voice of the elf girl whose body I had shared since arriving here. The cloud was affecting her even worse than it was me, driving her beyond reason into pure animal terror. I felt a surge of pity for her, somehow hating the thought of simply abandoning her to her fate, even though I knew that fate had been sealed centuries before I was even born. I paused by the portal as the others piled through, each one disappearing in a flash of green. Being the last one through felt like a small gesture I could offer her, like sitting by a dying man's bedside until the end. Sheska was the last of the group beside me, but she stopped in front of the portal rather than leaping into it. "Get through," she barked at me. "I'll go She grabbed me before I'd finished my protest, sweeping me into her arms like a child, which I supposed for the moment I was. "Size does hold some advantages after all," she said, and tossed me into the portal. Time stopped and sped up all at once. I felt myself stretched out across the weave of the infinite stars until my awareness was torn free from the body it had shared, like a pit torn out of a plum. Lacking form, I spun and tumbled like a twig in a waterfall, reaching out for something solid and finding nothing but the void. Without warning, I crashed back into reality. I stood, shaking and trembling in the ruined forge. The others stood around me in a group, looking various shades of green around the gills, but generally in one piece. I was relieved to see Sheska standing behind me, looking both immensely pleased with herself and gutsick at the same time. I drew in a breath, opened my mouth to say something witty and casual about our near-death experience, and promptly passed out. Chapter 7.
I didn't know you humans could snore like that.
Most of us can't. Charity is special. I cracked one eye open to see Magnus's red beard and Kale's thick mustache about an inch from my face. "Vesta's bones, give a girl some space," I grumbled as I shoved them away and sat up. "You had us worried for a moment," Kale said as he offered me a hand. I brushed it aside and struggled to my feet on my own. My head swam for a moment as I looked around the forge. I wasn't sure how long I'd been out, but it had apparently been long enough for the others to pack up our things, even though the sky outside was only just beginning to show signs of the coming dawn. We just stared at each other for a moment. My memories of what had happened were vague and fragmented. I remembered seeing the ghosts form in the square, remembered them swarming over us, and then it was all just a blur of odd scenes and feelings. A beautiful dress, the sun shining as I walked down the street, and one moment of crystal clarity when I heard my name spoken by a beggar woman and returned to myself. I guessed from the various looks on their faces that the others struggled with equally jumbled thoughts. "So," I said, shaking off the pensive silence as I moved to check on my bag, "anyone care to tell me what in the 8 frozen hells just happened?" "That's what we've been discussing," Kale replied. "And?" His only answer was a shrug and a frown. "Really? You're the Danan natives here. You're telling me you've never heard of ghosts pulling people into a strange alternate realm where their minds are trapped inside someone's body until they're destroyed by a horrible cloud of magical doom that actually happened centuries ago? Nataka?" "I do not know where we were taken." She frowned a toothy frown, obviously troubled. "It was like the spirit realm, and yet very different. It smelled funny."
"Everything about this damned city smells funny," said Magnus. "The buildings look like they've been stood next to Garadin's forge all day, yet they're solid as stone should be. And even though it's been abandoned for more years than I care to count, it hasn't been claimed by woods nor beasts like you'd expect. Gives me the itch."
I noticed that Alaron's eyes had hardly left the toes of his boots during our conversation. "You're awfully quiet, Alaron. Have anything to add?" He looked up with a start as though hearing his name spoken had snapped him out of a daydream. Pardon?" "What gives with this place?" I asked, pointing in a circle at the forge and the city beyond. He opened his mouth to answer, paused to wrestle with his thoughts, then seemed to think better of whatever he'd been about to say. "I have a theory," he finally said, "but it requires further consideration. I would not care to simply hazard a guess when so much rests on the answer." Somehow, I got the feeling that he wasn't just talking about whether we all went on breathing, but I was in no mood to tease it out of him now. "Fine. Do you think you can consider it on the move?" I asked as I shouldered my pack. "If we set out now, we should reach the palace before we lose too much daylight. If the gods are in a good mood, we might find that blasted crown and be out of the city before the ghosts come out to play tonight. We were mounted up and riding by the time the sun had cracked the horizon. The rest of the city continued on largely the same. The houses and buildings we rode past grew increasingly larger and more opulent, with walled and gated courtyards, private gardens, and spiraling towers all proudly on display, yet each had been twisted and warped into a strange parody of a building by the thundering cloud of wild magic I had seen through the elven girl's eyes. The frozen statues wore increasingly fine robes and jewelry, but each one looked just as terrified in their flight as the poor folk we'd seen on the city's outskirts. Riding through their silent, open-air tomb was all the more disturbing now that I had experienced a glimpse of their normal lives before disaster claimed them. Odd memories and sensations flashed through me as we rode, leaving me with a constant sense of recognizing a place or a person even though you know you've never seen them before. I did observe a gradual change in the statues. The closer we drew to the palace, the more the stone figures seemed to be caught standing in surprise rather than fleeing in terror. Some even faced toward the palace rather than running towards the city's outskirts, their mouths open and fingers pointed at the sky in awe. We rode in silence, the ruined shell of a once proud people all around us, leaving little room for banter, and ate a light meal of trail rations as we moved. After nearly 2 hours, the street we rode down led us to a tall, arched gate, flanked by the statues of 2 armored sentries, who had only just dropped their spears and begun to run when the cloud took them. We rode through, and the way beyond opened up into a wide avenue of white marble. Silver-barked trees with pale, slender leaves lined the road on either side, and the road itself was big enough to drive 3 wagons side by side without letting their wheels touch. The closest buildings were a good distance away from the road on either side, and partially hidden by a white stone wall that created an air of serene privacy all around us. With nothing left to block the view, I got my first look at the palace of the Elven King, waiting for us at the end of the road. The clatter of our horses' hooves echoed in the still air as we made our way down the avenue and into the open courtyard in front of the palace. In some ways, it was everything I had come to expect. It towered over us and spread out to curve around us on both sides, easily the size of the Grand Basilica in Byzantium, which was the largest building I'd ever seen up to that point. The palace was the first building I'd seen in the city that wasn't twisted or drooping like an old candle. Its rooftops sloped in straight, precise angles, and its walls stood tall and proud. The beauty of its spires and long galleries was obvious, but to my eyes the whole complex whispered the hidden warning of everything built by the rich and powerful. This was where the king and his court made the laws that nobles used to fatten themselves at the expense of real people like me, and where the soldiers who enforced those laws liked to spend their time when they weren't busy chasing thieves through back alleys. Even though I knew that all of those things had been frozen into melted stone here in the Shattered City a long time ago, I couldn't help but hunch a little lower in my saddle. "Well, this is different," Cale said behind me. I turned to see him pointing around the courtyard at the statues I'd been trying so hard to avoid looking at. The statues here weren't like those we'd seen all around us since we entered the city, stumbling and falling in a blind panic to escape what loomed behind them. These people looked calm as they went about their daily court business. Some even looked bored. A group of 5 elven men in some of the finest clothes I'd yet seen had been caught in the middle of some heated debate. Musicians sat together on stools beneath the shade of an ivy trellis, their fingers hovering over stone strings. A young woman played coy as she sat on a bench beside her suitor, her smile hidden behind a fan that had hovered just an inch from her face for the last 500 years. The whole scene was so lifelike that my mind kept expecting everyone to begin moving again at any moment. The cloud had swept over them so fast that they'd had no time to react, which could only mean one thing. "That's where it all started," I said, my voice hushed to preserve the stillness as I pointed up the grand staircase towards the main palace entrance. "Then that's where we need to go," said Alaron. He stepped down from his horse, tied its reins to a nearby bench, and began walking towards the stairs without waiting to see if the rest of us followed after him. We did, of course, although I'll admit that I didn't mind letting the wizard go in first. Each of the stairs was wide enough to hold a 4-poster bed, meant to remind us of our own insignificance as we climbed towards the looming palace overhead. All it really did was put a cramp in my legs. When we finally reached the top, Alaron stopped in front of the vast doorway for a moment, then reached out and pressed his hand to its surface. "It's everything I dreamed and more," he whispered, although he was so quiet that I couldn't be sure I'd heard him right. He marveled up at the closed door that towered above him for another minute, then pushed. I hadn't expected his wiry arms to accomplish much of anything, but the doors opened inward as if gliding on a gentle breeze. "Counterweights," he said when he caught my surprised look, then stepped inside. We followed after him. The doorway was more than wide enough for us to enter as a group, which meant our eyes adjusted from the daylight at the same time. We all gasped at the same time. Everything sparkled. The domed ceiling overhead was set with cut glass mosaics in spiraling patterns that sent light swirling about the room. The light that flashed off of them was brighter than starlight, but softer than anything I'd ever seen reflected off a mirror before. Then I realized that it was because the mosaics weren't made of glass after all. They were made of diamonds. Delicate crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling overhead. I realized with a jolt that each one still held a live flame at its center, the source of most of the light that danced through the hall. "How is that even possible after all this time?" I asked. No one had an answer to offer. A thundering crash shook the room. I spun around to see that the doorway now stood shut tight behind us. "Counterweights?" I asked Alaron. He shook his head. Kale and Magnus each stepped up to one of the huge curved handles and pulled, straining backward with all the strength they could muster. The doors didn't shift an inch. Finally, they gave up and rejoined us, breathing hard. "Perhaps we should leave this problem for another time," Nataka said as she turned to peer down a hallway. "Inside is where we wish to be, after all." "She's right," Sheska said. "Let's find what we came for before we worry about how to leave. Besides, I can always climb out that window if I must." The window she pointed to was a thin strip of gilded glass. There was no way that anyone but a halfling could squeeze through it. I decided she was attempting a joke, even though her face remained as impassive as always. We turned and proceeded down the hallway. It was no less grand than the ceiling above. The floor looked like one single piece of white marble. I didn't see even the faintest hint of a seam or tile edge anywhere. It flowed from the door where we stood like a river of pure snow to spill out into the open floor of a large round atrium, beckoning us forward. The walls we walked past were filled with painted murals so lifelike that my eyes expected them to step down and join us any minute now. I saw scenes of festival banquets, soaring mountains, and great battles featuring elves in golden armor, riding on white horses with strange spiraling horns sprouting from their foreheads. The elven riders trampled bleeding orcs, dwarves, and other creatures I didn't recognize beneath their hooves as they surged forward.
"Typical elven bullshit," Magnus snorted.
Guards stood frozen at attention at intervals along the hallway. The details of their faces and armor would have sent the greatest sculptor in the world into a fit of jealous depression if he thought that these statues had been created by an artist's hammer and chisel instead of an explosion of wild magic. We wove our way between other elves who stood locked in various poses of coming and going, feet standing in mid-step as they ferried written reports and messages to or from the king's throne room somewhere further inside the palace. Courtiers stood conversing in small groups, and all around us the evidence of daily life in the greatest center of power on the continent was unmistakable. All this, lost in an instant, I marveled out loud. During our time on the road, I had gathered from comments and context that although the elves had once ruled undisputed over all of Danann, they had not fared well in the years since the fall of the Shining City. How could so much power, wealth, and culture have been destroyed so suddenly? My mind could barely process the sudden and utter destruction of an entire people. Somehow, seeing this perfectly preserved moment from that long-lost world made the scale of the disaster even greater and more unnerving. I tried to imagine Byzantia in this state, its streets, wharfs, and markets left to stand for eternity in some grotesque parody of the bustling life it had once enjoyed, its people's souls doomed to relive their terror and torment every night without end. What would happen to the rest of the empire if her capital were destroyed in a single day? Was this the only elven city on Danann? I asked. Not remotely, Alaron answered, his brow knit tight in a cloud of repressed emotion as he stared at a young page bearing a tray as he marched towards a man seated on a bench. But this was the heart of our empire and culture. With the crown lost, and so much else beside it, my people fractured into separate states who squabbled and fought over the scraps that remained, rather than joined together to rebuild. Bitterness and anger were plain in his voice. You blame your ancestors? I do. So much more might have been saved if they just pulled their heads from their asses long enough to come to terms with reality. Of course, the decades of rebellion and war that followed the cataclysm didn't help matters. He cast a sideways glance at Magnus and Nataka walking beside him. Magnus grinned beneath his beard as he kept walking, but Nataka turned and met Alaron's look with a steady gaze. If your people had been slaves for 1,000 years, I think you would have seized your freedom as well. The orc didn't sound angry or defensive. It was simply a statement of fact, and a reasonable one at that. No doubt you're right, Alaron sighed. I won't argue that my people owed a debt to Danann, but surely by now it has been paid in full. We lost our families, our home, our culture, our history. I won't accept that we lost any hope of a future along with it. He increased his pace, his boots sending a determined drumbeat echoing through the hallway as the rest of us lengthened our steps to keep up. Our brisk walk soon brought us to a stop at the center of the atrium. The domed ceiling overhead was a riot of colored glass displaying images of ancient kings, powerful wizards, and beautiful queens all lit by the rising sun outside. Twin staircases spiraled up in front of us, looking as delicate as spun sugar as they disappeared into the ceiling. Doors lined the walls to our right and left, each marking a different route farther into the palace. Where to now? I asked the group. This place is massive. There's no way we'll find the crown before nightfall if we just search doors at random. And I'd rather eat Magnus's beard than try to sleep in here. Tukur'll be right, Magnus said, one hand stroking his thick red beard like a protective parent. We'd best to separate to cover more territory. Wait, what? That's not what I meant. The thought of wandering alone through palace halls filled only with some ghostly statues for company made my skin crawl. You'd rather we make our camp here and wait for the sunrise? Sheska asked, and that thought made my skin want to crawl off altogether and hide in a hole somewhere. I shook my head. Right then, Kale said, taking charge. We each take a direction and search. If you find the crown or anything significant, shout it out, and hopefully someone will be close enough to hear you. We meet back in this atrium in 2 hours to compare our findings. With any luck, we'll have enough daylight remaining to leave the city before nightfall. I couldn't think of a reason to argue with his plan, though I sure as hell's tried. The others nodded in agreement as well. I'll take the stairs then, I sighed. Stay safe, everyone. And with that, we all turned in a different direction to go in search of the Mad King's crown. Chapter 8. It should come as no great shock to you to learn that I had never been inside of a palace before. Emperor Quintus wasn't in the habit of handing out luncheon invitations to street waifs, but I still guessed that this place had once been something rather special, even as far as palaces went. Huge arched windows and vaulted ceiling domes let the outside light come streaming in to illuminate the endless train of artwork, fine carpets, and gleaming suits of armor that stood at intervals along the walls. The style of the armor was different from anything I'd ever seen in Byzantia, or even read about in one of Sister Gisella's history tomes. They were beautiful, for one thing. all graceful lines and polished metal plates embellished with spiraling designs. They were larger than normal suits of armor, too, at least 7 feet tall and broader at the shoulder than a tavern window. I hadn't seen a single stone elf anywhere in the city who could have possibly worn one of the monstrous things, but even so, the sense that the elven warriors of old must have been unstoppable giants was hard to shake, so I guess they did their job well enough. The helmet sported a pair of wings on either side that swept up and back to form a sort of crest. The various pieces of the armor hung suspended on a concealed frame, so that the suit itself appeared to be floating in the air. Unlike the steel gray of every other piece of armor I'd ever seen, these suits were a rich, honeyed yellow color that glowed in the sunlight. Some kind of bronze alloy, maybe? I took a closer look as I walked by one, tapping at the metal and testing it with a fingernail. Not bronze. Gold. Every single one of these damned metal bathrobes was made of gold. The left boot of the suit I was looking at would have fed a family in the East End for a month. I knew we were racing the sunset, but I couldn't help but try to pry a glove from the suit. It never hurt to have an insurance policy in case that weasel of an arena master stiffed us out of our reward when we returned to Farshore. After a round of heaving, twisting, and cursing, however, I was forced to accept that the armor had been welded to the frame inside. I'll confess that I considered running back to the blacksmith's forge for a hacksaw, but finally left the damn thing behind to resume my search. It appeared that ancient High Elven royals were no different than those in Byzantia, and the discovery left me in a rotten mood as I walked through empty hallways and poked my head inside dusty bedrooms and dining halls with painted ceilings taller than pine trees. To hear Alaron talk of them, you'd think that his ancestors had been nothing but noble sages who wrote poetry for breakfast, dispensed perfect justice for lunch, and shat golden roses after dinner. But everywhere I looked, I saw the same message that Byzantine nobles had been perfecting for 3,000 years. We have everything, and we're not sharing. That flaunting was what I hated most about their kind. I can understand the desire to use what you have to get more, but it seemed that most nobles couldn't enjoy what they had until they'd rubbed someone else's nose in the mud for the day. What right did they have to crow about their wealth and power? It's not like they'd ever done anything to earn it. The all-knowing divines had seen fit to send them down a noblewoman's birthpipe rather than a washing maid's, and everything from that point forward more or less took care of itself. I hadn't felt that kind of gnawing anger in a long time. Not since the first few weeks on the open ocean had washed the details of daily life in Byzantia from my mind. Now it was back, in force. It hadn't been so bad before the daughters of Vesta took me in. Sure, I'd hated the royals as much as all my friends when we'd run the streets and scrapped for a moldy crust of bread, but I hadn't understood how impossibly far their world was from mine. Then the daughters had taught me nearly everything worth learning. History and literature, mathematics and geography, classics, poetry, political and military theory, rhetoric, medicine and anatomy, and a dozen other subjects besides. Once they had finished with me, I understood how beautiful the world could be for people with the means to savor it. I suppose a part of me has always hated them for opening my eyes to a world I could never have. A loud clanging sound echoed down the corridor behind me, freezing me in mid-step. I turned to look, slow and steady, no sudden movements. The suit of armor I had examined earlier now stood in the middle of the hallway. We stared at one another for a moment. The metal frame that had supported it stood against the wall like a bare tree in winter, but the parts and pieces of the suit still hung suspended in the air, imitating the shape of the elf who would have worn it, even though I could see the hall behind it through each gap and joint. Then, the armor took a step towards me. The metallic echo of its footstep knocked me loose from my shock. I drew my twin sabers and settled into a guard stance, one sword high and forward, the other low and ready. As the armor took another ponderous step forward, the tip of the enormous greatsword it carried ripped a jagged scar in the red velvet carpet as it scraped across the stone floor. A pair of flickering blue flames lit the sockets of its helmet. Some detached part of my brain noted that the color was exactly the same as the ghosts who'd attacked us the night before. Then the armor swung the sword up above its head like it weighed less than nothing and lunged at me. I almost lost my head in the first exchange. The armor moved with terrifying speed and precision, sweeping its sword in a wide arc aimed at my neck. I twisted backward, deflecting the angle of the blade with my own just far enough out of line. The wind from the cut pulled my hair down into my eyes. On instinct, I turned my backward dodge into a roll to gain some distance. The sword slammed to the floor in the spot where I'd stood a moment before. The armor pressed forward, leaving me no room to breathe or think. The weeks of harsh training Kale had forced on me back in the arena was the only thing that kept me alive. Any mortal arms would have needed at least a split second to halt the momentum of the first swing and begin the second, but the armor slashed, thrust, and cut without pause or hesitation. I reacted without thought or planning, deflecting the blows that I sensed I could handle and dodging the ones I could not. Each parry jarred my arms with a painful shock, and I realized that the suit's terrifying strength could crash through my guard and cleave me in half if I misjudged an angle by even a small amount. The blue flames that burned where its eyes should have been never blinked or wavered. They bore into me with a wild hatred that grew stronger with each passing second. I sensed a cunning intelligence, measuring and observing me as it sought to spill my blood, but I had little time to consider whether that made any sense at all. Then I saw an opening. The armor cut at me with a fierce upswing, and its exposed armpit flared across my vision like a signal fire. I struck, and my blade slashed through the leather straps to bury itself in the hollow cavity of its chest. The thing looked down at me, and I felt a ripple of amused surprise brush against my awareness. Then it struck me across the face with the back of its gauntlet. The force of the blow snapped my head to the side and sent me sliding across the floor. A chorus of bells louder than the grand basilicas echoed in my skull as blood pooled around my tongue and teeth. I clenched my jaw, forced myself to my knees, then realized that one of my swords was still buried in the suit of armor. It looked down at the blade, then straight back at me, and I swear by Magrin's frosted tits that I heard a mocking laughter in my mind. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder at the hallway I'd been following. I had no idea where it led, but I would have chanced it in a heartbeat if I thought I had a real chance of outrunning the thing. I'd seen it move, though, and even if I managed to stay ahead of it, I would tire with every step while it would not. No. Running would do little more than prolong the inevitable, while my best attempt at fighting back had proved fruitless, which left me with no good options. I spat an angry red smear onto the carpet to clear the blood from my mouth as I struggled to my feet and prepared myself for death. Idiot. Mother Shanty's favorite word filled my mind from across the years and miles since I'd seen her last. So quick to surrender to frustration when the world does not conform to your expectations. I'd lost count of how many times I've heard that phrase within my first week of living in the temple. But how was I supposed to fight something that wasn't alive and couldn't be killed? When an obstacle blocks your inquiry, it is only because you have failed to see the alternate path. Sister Gisella's voice this time, a shade kinder but no less strict. Question your certainty. Discard your blind assumptions. Instead of looking for what you think you need, step back and see what is actually there. The nagging voices of the women who had trained and abandoned me drew me back to the moment. I scanned the hallway, my mind darting from one thing to the next like a caged bird in search of escape. Paintings and rich tapestries every 6 feet. Wrap him in cloth? No, he's too strong. A railing guarded the edge of a balcony that looked down onto the lower floor to my left. Jump for it? Too far to the ground. Huge chandeliers of bronze and crystal hung from the ceiling overhead. I smiled and gathered myself to move before I'd had a chance to reconsider the crazed plan that had leapt into my head. If it failed, I'd be dead for sure, but that already looked like the likely outcome of this little ambush. And for the first time in my life, I found that I preferred to go down fighting than to die as I ran. I snarled a wordless challenge, brandished my remaining saber, and lunged towards the monster. My attack caught it by surprise for a moment, but it recovered and thrust its sword at my chest to skewer me where I stood. Except I wasn't standing there anymore. I dove forward beneath its blade, tucking into a somersault to roll past it. I'd leapt as hard and as far as my weary legs could manage, so my roll ended in an ungainly sprawl on the cold floor. The armor spun around and came for me, its sword raised high for the killing blow. 2 more steps, you gilded bastard. The suit planted its feet and began to chop downward. I threw my sword at its head with all my strength and rolled to the side. The greatsword crashed to the ground 1/2 inch from my face as I looked up into its raging blue eyes. My blade had sailed over its helmet, completely missing the armor as it flashed upward in a razor spiral to strike the ceiling and clatter back to the ground. Thankfully, I'd been aiming at the rope that supported the chandelier overhead. I kept rolling, scrambled to my feet, and dove for the wall. The crash behind me was deafening, a tortured chorus of twisted metal and shattered crystal. I stood to my feet, my chest heaving as I watched the rubble for signs of movement. None came. With a sigh of relief, I stepped forward and looked down into the ruined heap. Pieces of the armor lay scattered beneath the wreckage, the light now gone from its eyes. I pushed and shoved my way through the debris, heaved for the last 1/2 inch I needed, and felt my fingers wrap around the hilt of the sword I'd rammed into the armor's chest piece. I retrieved the blade, then walked over to the far wall to collect its twin and sheathed them both. I was about to go and continue my search for King Tyrael's throne room when I noticed something moving within the heap of rubble. A flicker of blue light. The flicker quickly grew into a blinding glow, then poured out of the armor like smoke to form the vague shape of a man floating in the air. He had no discernible features, only roiling flame and swirling images trapped within his form. He raised one hand and twitched a finger back and forth as though I were a child he'd caught stealing cookies. Then he dissolved into a cloud and swept back down the hallway. The cloud split into 2, and each part flowed into a lifeless suit of armor. Blue fire kindled in their helmets as they stepped down from their racks and raised their weapons. Well, shit. I turned and ran without a backward glance. I raced down the hallway, willing my legs to move faster. The steady crash of their metal footsteps filled the air and seemed to grow steadily closer, though I didn't dare risk a backward glance. I sped past more rooms, but none offered refuge or escape. Then I rounded a corner and found that the hallway ended in a flight of stairs. Their entrance was narrow enough that the large armor suits might not be able to follow, or would at least be slowed down as they did. Each gasping breath burned in my lungs, and I felt like someone had begun to fill my legs with sand, but I took the stairs 2 at a time, scrambling on my hands and knees over the last few steps. I stood at the entrance to a kitchen. 2 large stoves filled the wall next to mine, while 3 tables stood ready for chopping, mixing, and plating with knives, pots and pans, and other utensils hung on wall racks. 5 stone statues stood frozen in various kitchen tasks, wielding carving knives or stirring pots whose contents had long since rotted away to nothing. A door stood open on the far wall, marking the only exit I could see. I listened for a moment, but didn't hear the clatter of metal that the suits would have made as they struggled up the stairs. I leaned back against the wall in relief. A cloud of blue fire billowed through the door. It split into a dozen small balls of flame and spread throughout the room. Each one touched down on a knife or iron pan. They lifted into the air and swung around towards me. Oh, that is just not fair. I ducked as the first missile shot towards me, diving beneath one of the tables and crawling towards the door. Then a half-dozen knives and cleavers filled my vision as they floated down beneath the edge of the table. I shrieked and rolled to my left as the blades shot forward like arrows fired from a bow to bury themselves in the wall behind me. One of them caught my shoulder, leaving a throbbing line of pain in its wake, but the cut didn't feel too deep. I stood to my feet, only to duck down again as a frying pan swung for my face. I snatched a metal serving tray off the table just in time to deflect its second blow and send the pan spinning away with a loud clang. An iron poker from the fireplace hurtled towards me like a spear. I managed to get the serving tray in between it and my chest, but the force of the blow ripped it from my hands and sent me staggering backwards. I turned and ran for the other door. A streak of blue fire swirled around the iron handle and began to pull it closed. I knew that I was dead for sure if I let it trap me in the room. I took 2 more steps and dove forward to sail through the narrowing gap a split second before the door slammed shut. The heavy door shook with a dozen crashes and thuds as the knives and pots that had been aimed at my exposed back struck home. I stood gasping for air as I took a quick look around. A dining hall this time. A long table set with crystal glasses and golden dinnerware filled the room. Antique weapons were displayed along the walls, and the vaulted ceiling overhead was painted with a hunting scene in a forest brought to life with brilliant colors and exquisite detail. The cloud of fire poured beneath the gap in the door and swept around my ankles to reform into the man shape I had seen before. He stared at me, his featureless face radiating an intense and unreasoning hatred that I felt in the pit of my stomach. He reached towards the wall, his arms stretching out impossibly long to retrieve a sword. I drew my own sabers as I scanned the room. There were 2 doors besides the one I'd come in through, but both were on the other side of the room, and it looked like he didn't intend to let me by without a fight. I leapt at him, stabbing high and slicing low. He didn't even bother to block my strikes. My blades passed through him, leaving swirling ripples in their wake, but otherwise having no effect. Then he struck like a coiled snake, stabbing his sword at my stomach. I tried to twist aside, but we were too close and he moved far too fast. I managed to keep him from impaling me outright, but I felt the wicked edge of his sword bite deep to score a long gash across my guts. I twisted past him and rolled up onto the table, but the movement pulled the cut open even more, and I screamed in pain as my vision blurred with tears. I sheathed my swords as I struggled to my feet. They did me little good, and I needed my hands free to clamp down on the wound. Blood seeped through my fingers as I ran along the table, scattering priceless dinnerware in all directions. I felt the breeze from his wild slashes on my neck and drove myself to run faster even as the cut on my stomach and my exhausted legs competed to see who could protest the loudest. I reached the end of the table and leapt over the back of the high chair that stood between me and the doors. I chose the left one at random and ran through it. The fireman and his damned sword were so close that I didn't even have time to pull it shut behind me. I didn't have a plan anymore. I ran on because stopping meant death, but I knew that I didn't have much running left in me. Then I realized that I'd hit a dead end. The short hallway ended in a large door decorated with silver filigree in the shape of a tree with large, spreading limbs, but it had no handle that I could see. There was only the door in front of me, cold stone walls to my left and right, and one very angry fire ghost behind me. I kept running towards the door out of sheer stubbornness. Maybe I could kick it open and keep going. Then the door swung open on its own. The warm glow of candlelight shone on the other side. With all of the crazy I'd just survived, I was fully aware that this might be a trap of some kind, but I was past caring. The open door offered refuge, and even if it was only an illusion, it was better than anything I had out here. The fire ghost screamed behind me, a mind-numbing wail of rage and frustration. Part of my mind went liquid on the spot, unraveled by the horrible, unnatural sound. The other part realized that if my running for the door made the ghost that angry, there was a slim chance that I might somehow be safe on the other side of it. My legs had begun to cramp. I could feel them begin to buckle, but I threw every last shred of energy I had into covering the 20 steps. I wasn't really running anymore, just scrambling forward on panic and sheer stubborn grit. But it was enough. I stumbled through the door and collapsed to the floor, then twisted around to kick it closed behind me, only to find that the heavy portal was already shut tight. I'm sure that those of you sitting safe and comfortable as you read this are well aware that doors don't normally open and close themselves. But I was so shattered by exhaustion and the flood of adrenaline coursing through my veins just then that I didn't really think about it, and likely wouldn't have mustered the energy to worry much about it even if I had. All I wanted in the entire world was to lie there on the carpet and bleed in peace while I caught my breath. But Sister Gerda had taught me enough medical lore in my first week at the temple to know exactly how that little indulgence would end. Instead, I struggled to my feet, cursing each of the divines in turn in the most colorful terms I could muster as I drove myself to go looking for something to tend to my injuries. Then I got my first real look at the room, and the words dried up on my tongue. After a long moment of awe-struck gawking, there was only one thing I could think to say that would do the sight any justice. Wow. Chapter 9. There's a story told around every seedy tavern fire and thieves' squat in Byzantium, the legend of a man named Altrin. The story goes that he was so handsome the emperor's favored wife took one look at him in the market square and fell head over stupid in love. She had him smuggled into her chambers, where they remained for an entire week of passion. Finally, while the empress snored in her sleep and drooled on her pillow, that part is very important and must never be skipped over, Altrin looted her room of every last gemstone and gold-plated bauble he could squeeze into 2 sacks, and escaped out the window with enough wealth to buy himself a minor dukedom on the river Nila and live out his days in fabulous luxury. I made out like Altrin is the ultimate boast among thieves to this day. I had never believed in the tale. No one really did. It was just a nice story that light fingers and alley bruisers told each other over a thin ale when they'd had a dry run and wanted to dream of something better. How much wealth could someone really scrounge from a bedroom anyway? Now I knew for a fact that even if Altrin's tale wasn't true, it absolutely could have been. I stood inside a piece of jewelry disguised as a room. A huge 4-poster bed anchored the space, draped in blue silk, white linen, and strings of diamonds. A large vanity made of white birch stood beside the bed. The handle of every drawer was a sapphire the size of a swallow's egg, and the mirror itself was so perfectly clear that every noblewoman in Byzantium would have murdered her husband to possess it. The ceiling was set with a mosaic of sapphire, green jade, opal, and topaz in intricate spiraling patterns. The carpet was a spotless white, so rich and thick that I actually felt bad for walking on it with my road-worn boots. It was woven through with silver thread that traced out the same design of the great tree I'd seen on the door. I caught sight of a row of tall dressers made of dark ebony and diamond inlaid inside a closet to my left, although it felt strange to call it a closet when it was 3 times the size of my old room in the temple. Jewels, precious metals, and rich fabrics sparkled on every surface. And yet, as much as I hated the very idea of a room like this existing anywhere in the world, I honestly couldn't call its design anything but perfect. The colors, angles, fabrics, and textures all complemented and contrasted one another so precisely that it might as well have been designed by Cressida Brightweaver herself. Even the candles burned merrily in wall sconces set with diamond and sapphires that caught their warm glow and spread it to every corner of the room. And that's when I got a grip and started feeling nervous. The room was lit by several dozen candles, none of which had begun to show so much as a single drip of wax. They were the first sign of life or habitation I'd seen in this gilded tomb of a palace, and I didn't believe for a second that the explanation was as cozy and comfortable as this room was meant to appear. And yet, comfortable was exactly how I felt. Comfortable, peaceful, and safe in a way I don't ever remember feeling before or since. It seemed ridiculous to think that anything in a space this calm and perfect could hurt anyone, especially me. I could stay here. Stay as long as I wanted. Have everything I wanted. Lie down on that beautiful bed and truly rest for the first time in my life. I took a step towards the bed, fully intending to give in to that urge when the cut on my side sent a bolt of white-hot pain shooting through my skull. I shook my head and wiped the water that had welled up in my eyes with my sleeve. "Really, Charity?" I muttered to myself. "You're going to stand around like a mooncalf while you bleed to death? There's work to do, Baka. Best get to it." I pulled a blue silk scarf from a rack of outerwear by the door, doubled it over, and wrapped it around the gash in my side. I let myself scream a little as I cinched it down as tight as I could manage, but once it was done I was relieved to see that my makeshift bandage held the bleeding in check for the most part. This time I did walk to the bed, but only to retrieve one of the thick goose-down pillows from the headboard. I slashed a wide cut along one side, emptied its feathery contents on the ground, and got to work looting the room. What? The baubles in that room hadn't been touched by living hands in the gods only knew how long, and even a small collection was worth more than every single score I'd managed in my entire lifetime put together. If you honestly thought I was just going to sigh and slip out empty-handed, then you must be crazier than a Sakri dervish fresh off of a month of fasting in the desert. At least I didn't stoop to prying gems loose from their settings on the furniture or walls. There were plenty of rings, tiaras, jeweled combs, and other small items just lying about. The big pieces were tempting, but I stayed smart and kept to things that I could easily stash until I found a decent fence back in Farshore. The colonial city was founded more than 5 minutes ago, so I knew there had to be at least one working the shadows. Nestor's bare ass cheeks, but was I going to make their day when I got back? Soon enough, my makeshift treasure sack was full. I turned back to the vanity to check through the drawers for a few last small items to tuck into my boots before I left. Then I saw the necklace. I don't know how I'd missed it before. It rested on a white neckstand in the center of the desk. Its design was simple compared to the other jewelry and decoration in the room, and that made it all the more perfect. Silver links formed the chain, shaped with cunning precision to spiral from one to the next without revealing the joint. The chain ended in the largest gemstone I'd ever seen, a sapphire rich with the haunting dark blue of the ocean just after a storm. Its facets seemed to draw in the light rather than scatter it away, because the gem glowed with a faint blue light. I had never been impressed by jewelry or fine clothing. Tying up your wealth in something that didn't improve your actual experience of daily life, and that could easily be stolen of all things, had always seemed the height of stupidity. But I wanted to keep the sapphire necklace from the moment I saw it. It was so perfect. Confidence and elegance given form. Even though I could never wear it openly, I was certain that just knowing it was mine would add a small spark of joy to each day after this one. I lifted the necklace from its stand and slipped it over my head. As the cold weight of the silver chain settled onto my skin, a blizzard of white frost and piercing cold engulfed my mind. I was standing in an open field, buried waist-deep in snow. My thin clothing was worse than useless. The driving snow had already soaked into the cloth and turned it into a frozen torture jacket. My hair cracked and broke away like icicles when I turned my head. There was nothing in sight, just an endless expanse of drifting white death. But I began to press forward through the snow because moving anywhere seemed a better idea than standing still. Rest. Lie down and rest. The wind howled with a woman's voice, shifting from a soothing whisper to a shriek of fury and back again. "You're so tired! You're so tired. The world is so cold. Just rest!" The torrent of wind and sleet drove me to my knees. Why was I walking? I needed to be somewhere, needed to keep moving, but I couldn't remember why. I tipped forward, and the drifting snow rose up to catch me. It was softer than any bed I'd ever laid on. Yes. The voice in the wind purred like a cat who'd finally pinned its prey to the floor. That's when I got angry. The realization that I was being hunted, that someone or something was savoring my helplessness, set my blood boiling. I clenched my jaw, buried my hands in the snow, and struggled back to my feet. The wind screamed in protest. I looked down and saw steam curling up from 2 perfect handprints melted into the thick white carpet. I felt warmer than I had before. My anger smoldered in my stomach like a live coal, and I fed it everything I had. I was no one's prey. I would die someday, just like everyone else, but I'd be damned if death would find me so easy to claim. I took another step forward. You cannot resist! The wind screamed louder than any gale I'd ever seen blow in off the Mare Nostri, but this time I heard panic beneath the blustering anger. Watch me, Bruta! I'd been helpless once, spent most of my life running, hiding, and hoping that I'd slip beneath everyone's notice for one more day. Never again. Maybe I couldn't win, but I could fight, and that was enough. I let my anger grow hotter still, holding it in front of me like a shield. The snow melted before me, leaving a clear path forward. I looked up and saw a tree standing where there had only been emptiness before. It was the same tree I'd seen engraved on the door and woven into the carpet of the room where I'd found the necklace. As I recognized it, more memories flooded back to me. I still didn't know where I was or what was going on, but at least now I knew that it wasn't real. I pressed forward, walking at first, and then running as the path widened before me. The air around me shimmered with heat now, and I no longer felt the wind. Flames kindled in the palm of my hand and danced across my fingers as I ran towards the tree. No! Stay back! When I'd first heard the voice, it had sounded like it came from all around me. Now I knew that it came from within the tree. The wind grew into a whirlwind of power, shoving against me like a solid wall. My forward run ground down to a desperate stumble just to keep from being swept backwards. I lowered my head, gritted my teeth, and took a step forward. Then another. Every inch I gained was measured in sheer will, my determination against the force of panic and anger pushing back on me. I took one more step, and it carried me to stand by the tree. I lunged forward and shoved my hands against the smooth white bark. The fire caught hold in an instant, searing a blackened circle into the wood that spread outward from my touch. The tree screamed like a pine log tossed into a winter hearth. Enough! A force exploded from the tree. It caught me like a leaf and sent me tumbling, legs over ears, through the air. After 5 or 6 good spins, I realized that I still hadn't hit the ground. I looked around and saw only an inky blackness lit with occasional flashes of rippling color. I looked down and saw the empty field and the tree far below me, growing smaller by the second as I hurtled up through the air. A brilliant glow overhead caught my attention, and I looked up to see myself sprawled on the bedroom floor. My body raced closer. I was moving too fast. I screamed as I flew faster and faster. Then my world exploded in a flash of white. I bolted up from the floor in a panic, a half-remembered scream still on my lips, then caught hold of myself and just stood there for a moment, my chest heaving as I took stock. The room hadn't changed, and I could see now that I had never really left it, even though that snowy field had felt more than real. I patted myself down, still struggling to reconcile what I'd just experienced with what my senses told me was true and solid. Without thinking, I pressed a hand to the gash in my side. It didn't hurt. I hesitated for a moment, then peeled back my makeshift bandage. The skin underneath it was smooth and whole. The cloth itself was still crusted with blood, but there wasn't so much as a scar underneath it. Casa de bruta, I whispered as I poked hard at my side for good measure. How long had I lain on the floor? Long enough for my wound to heal on its own? Or had whatever I'd just gone through somehow healed me in the process? I had no way of knowing. I turned to look in the vanity mirror. My own face gaped back at me, unchanged. The only thing I noticed that hadn't been there before was a faint bulge beneath my shirt. I pulled the neckline out to check, and, sure enough, the sapphire necklace lay coiled on my chest. Now that I thought about it, the thing felt heavier than it should have, as though someone were trying to pull it off my neck without my noticing. I ripped off the necklace and threw it against the wall. Or I meant to, at least. But when I bent to retrieve my sack of treasure, the necklace thumped against my chest. I frowned and concentrated on grabbing hold of the chain with both hands to lift it over my head. But my hands didn't move. I was sweating now, straining to do this simple yet impossible thing. It was like the part of my brain that should have sent the command to my arms just went numb whenever I thought about removing the necklace. I closed my eyes and felt the same presence I'd heard within the tree, watching me from the shadows of my own mind. It crouched in the darkness like a wary cat, licking its wounds and tending to its wounded pride, but still watchful and ready to pounce. I opened my eyes, my hands trembling. I still didn't understand what had happened, but it was clear that I was no longer the master of my own mind, and that filled me with a deep and twisting dread. I hadn't the faintest idea what to do, so my mind defaulted back to the simplest thoughts that it could process. No point in hiding in this room any longer. I still had no idea how long I'd been here, but the only way to find out was to go outside and rejoin my friends, assuming I could even find my way back through the maze of rooms and corridors I'd run through to get here. The path that I needed to take filled my mind as soon as I'd finished that thought. It wasn't the route I'd taken on the way. It was shorter and far safer as it moved through parts of the palace that he rarely visited. I didn't know where the knowledge came from, but the layout of the entire complex was now as familiar to me as the back alleys of the East End had ever been. I knew every twist and turn, and more than a few hidden passages, as though I'd planned the palace's construction myself, which meant I knew now which room I stood in. High Queen Sapphires' private chambers. I knew nothing else besides her name, and the fact that this room and the rest of this wing had once been a private kingdom unto itself. But that left me with a rather clear guess as to who it was that had just staked a claim to some space in my brain. It didn't make much difference now, so I filed the information away for later use and got back to the problem at hand. That's when I realized that as I concentrated on my newfound sense of direction, I could also sense the location of each of my companions elsewhere in the palace. They glowed across my awareness like a candle flame in the darkness, and I breathed a sigh of relief when I counted 5 of them moving about the building. I still didn't understand how any of this was possible, but I decided to stop asking questions I couldn't answer and start doing something useful. What was that old Sakri proverb? When a friend gifts you a camel, you should take it home before you search it for lice? Something to that effect. I shrugged, decided not to think too hard about my sudden insight into ancient elven floor plans, and pushed the bedroom door open. Chapter 10. The hallway was quiet. No fire ghosts or floating cutlery in sight. I walked back down the short hallway to what I now knew had been Queen Sapphires' private dining hall, took the door I'd ignored previously, and continued to follow the map in my head. I stopped back in the atrium just long enough to stash my makeshift treasure sack by the still-locked front doors, then went in search of the others. I found Sheska first, crouched behind a thick armchair in a dusty library. She seemed genuinely offended that I'd been able to find her hiding place, but her story of a shimmering blue figure bringing various things to life in a relentless attempt to crush her like a small bug was painfully familiar. We found Nataka barricaded in a guest room, Alaron locked inside a cupboard, Kale moving down a long hallway crouched and wary behind his shield, and Magnus standing in a huge pile of splintered wood and shredded foliage in the middle of a huge open-air garden enclosed within the palace grounds. Each one told the same tale. Animated objects tried to kill them, then just when it had begun to look grim, it all stopped. As near as I could determine the timeline, that had happened for everyone the moment I set foot in the Queen's bedroom. "So, what do we do now?" Cale grumbled through his mustache as he kept watch on the shadows. "We are running short on time." He didn't need to point up to the first fingers of the red sunset overhead to make his point clear, but he did it anyway. "I found no indication of where Tyrael stood when the cataclysm occurred," Alaron frowned, studying the ripped sleeve of his robe as he spoke. "I even attempted a quick scry, but found nothing. I'm beginning to wonder if he was even in the palace when he was in his altarium," I said, the words leaving my mouth before the thought had fully formed in my head. I didn't even know what an altarium was, but I was completely certain now that if we found it, we'd find Tyrael's crown. "What is an altarium?" Sheska asked as she shot me a sideways glance. "An elven wizard's private sanctum and laboratory," Alaron answered as he stared at me, clearly suspicious of how I, of all people, could possibly know that. I knew where the information had come from, but I wasn't the least bit comfortable telling the group about what had happened to me in the Queen's chambers. I didn't understand any of it, so I had no sense of how they would react. But in my experience, letting others know how vulnerable you are is a great way to wind up with your throat cut as someone else walks off with your things. Until I had a better sense of how deep the shithole I'd stepped in really was and had some sense of how to climb out of it, I planned to keep my dice hidden in their cup. "I found an archive," I said, waving my hand vaguely. "Clerk's notes, that sort of thing. Tyrael had a hidden altarium, and that's where he was when the shit went down. That's where we'll find the crown." "It stands to reason," Nataka nodded, "but wizards are notorious for their secrecy. How will we find a hidden chamber in time to—" "It's this way." I turned and marched off without looking back. I heard 5 pairs of boots follow me after a moment of hesitation. I kept a fast pace, in part because we were racing the last light of the sun, and in part to keep the group from asking more questions. The garden path led through a small atrium, and then into a large chamber that echoed with the crash of falling water. Concealed pipes along the ceiling sent water cascading down artfully constructed cliffs of dark rock. The water roiled and tumbled from all directions until it gathered into a single course and formed a waterfall that spilled down into a large pond occupying most of the room. Grassy hillocks and water plants ringed the edge of the chamber, and a graceful wooden bridge led out onto a small island in the center of the pond. A small open-air pavilion furnished with cushions and a low table waited on the island, peaceful and inviting despite centuries of neglect. I stepped out onto the bridge. "Doesn't look like much of a workshop," Magnus said as he followed behind me. "It isn't," Alaron replied. "A beautiful sanctuary, to be sure, but this is no altarium." I ignored the doubt in his voice and stepped into the pavilion. I was certain that the chamber we needed to find was here somewhere. Now I just needed to find it. I looked around but saw nothing out of place. Water surrounded the little island, its waves lapping gently against the shore. The air rumbled with just enough noise from the waterfall to fill the silence, but not so much as to make it hard to think. It really was a lovely place, but the nagging sense that I was missing something vital made it hard to appreciate the tranquility. I started tossing cushions left and right, searching for some sign of where to go next. "Maybe we should go back and try a different path?" Nataka asked. "No," I snapped. "It's here, and we don't have time to waste. Just help me look for—" I froze as my gaze swept over the table in the center of the pavilion. Its surface was decorated with an inlay of the same design I'd seen repeated countless times throughout the palace. 3 golden apples clustered beneath a laurel crown on a field of blue, the royal crest of the Elven High King. But it wasn't the crest that had gripped my attention. "That shouldn't be here," I said, pointing at the silver teapot and the small silver teacup that sat on the table. "You don't like tea?" Sheska asked. "No, it's not—" I concentrated, trying to put my intuition into words. Then it hit me. "This is a summer room," I said, pointing at the water lilies, river reeds, and thick moss all around the edge of the chamber before turning back to the table. "But tea is a winter drink. It's not proper." I couldn't believe I just said those words out loud, but I knew they were correct. "She's right," Aileron said, now paying the table more interest. "Seasonal alignment was very important to the Elven court. This would have been considered quite boorish." Then he turned his gaze back to me. "But how did you know that? More wisdom gleaned from that archive you found?" "Not important," I waved him off and crouched down for a closer look. "What is important is that these are only here because Tyrael enjoyed hot tea more than he cared about court gossip, which means we're in the right place." I reached out and touched the teapot with 2 fingers, but snatched them back a heartbeat later. Still hot. Might as well have just been brewed. I looked from the tea service to the inlaid crest and back again. Something tickled at my mind. It felt as though I were struggling to remember the details of an old story, except it was a story I'd never heard before. Something about the apples in the crest and what each one represented. I wonder... I placed the teacup on top of the center apple in the bunch, then took the teapot by its elegant handle and poured a dark stream of tea into the cup. I waited as steam curled up around my hand, but nothing else happened. "Should I fetch some biscuits for your tea, milady?" Aileron asked. I shot him a glare, then sighed and set the teapot down. It had been worth a try, at least. Then the golden apple began to glow as the heat from the cup spread down into it. As the faint light grew brighter, a hum filled the air. I almost didn't hear it at first over the sound of the falls, but it grew stronger and stronger until even the crash of the water faded away. The surface of the pond began to bubble and froth, and the room itself began to shake. "Is this good?" Sheska asked as she grabbed hold of the pavilion railing for balance. Before I could answer, the water between the island and the waterfall erupted with 4 geysers that shot up to the ceiling. When the spouts crashed back to the pond, I saw that 4 large, flat stones now stood where none had been before. They led directly from the island to the waterfall, and as my gaze followed the path, I saw that the curtain of water now parted to flow around a yawning black opening in the rock. The first 2 steps of a flight of stairs were visible at the entrance, but the rest disappeared down into darkness. "Remind me not to pour myself a drink here," Cale said as the room returned to silence. "Come on," I said as I stood to my feet. "That's where we need to go." I climbed over the low pavilion railing and hopped across the rocks until I reached the newly revealed entrance. Even as I stood on the top step, I couldn't see more than a few feet further down the staircase. Then a blue sphere of light floated over my shoulder and began to drift down the stairs. I looked behind me to see Aileron's lopsided smile. He gestured down the stairs with one hand while he held the other in a cramped pose in front of his chest. "After you." I sighed and turned to follow the glowing ball of light. Thankfully, the staircase wasn't as long as I'd feared. After a few minutes of walking, it leveled out into a polished stone floor that ended in a solid wooden door. I scanned the frame and hinges but didn't see anything that indicated traps or danger, so I shrugged and tried the handle. The door swung open without a sound, revealing a room beyond that quickly disappeared in darkness. The light from Aileron's floating orb was swallowed up long before it could show me anything of the room. The others gathered around me as they finished descending the stairs. "Can you make about 100 more of those?" I pointed to the orb as we all stepped through the doorway and into the room. "Sadly, I cannot, although that would make for a spectacular party trick. I don't think we'll need them, though." He was studying the wall to the left of the staircase. A strange shape was painted on it in gold. Aileron reached out and traced his fingers along its curves as he whispered something. As he finished, the shape flared with golden light, and the same hum we'd heard in the waterfall room filled the air. Light flooded the room as crystals set into the ceiling flared a warm golden yellow, and I got my first look at a wizard's altarium. The room was far more boring than I'd expected. The ceiling rose high overhead, supported by thick stone pillars that ran along both walls. The pillars turned each wall into a series of alcoves lined with bookshelves that were filled to bursting with scrolls, volumes, and tomes. Mother Shanty would have lost her girdle over it, no doubt, but I saw no sign of heads in wine jars or the bones of strange beasts hung from the ceiling. The back of the room held a small, simple bed, a basin of water, smaller shelves that looked like they held various personal items, and a few large chests that stood against the wall. A large table stood in the center of the room, covered in loose paper, crystals, and gemstones of various colors, strips of cloth, small bundles of fur, little piles of what looked like teeth, and countless small pots, jars, and boxes that might have held all sorts of oddities. Then I saw a crown suspended in the air above the table. It hovered around the height of someone's head, but I saw no sign of a body supporting it. I tensed, expecting to see the blue fire ghost appear out of thin air to bring the room to murderous life, but the crown didn't move. After a moment of tense silence, we spread out to search the room. Kale, Magnus, and Sheska wandered off to browse the shelves or search through the sleeping space at the back of the room, while Alaron and Nataka went to examine the contents of the table. It looked like random junk to me, but they pointed and chattered back and forth like starving children who just discovered a picnic basket. I left them to it and walked over for a closer look at the crown. As I stepped closer, I saw that the air around the crown shimmered like steam wafting from a cooking pot. The crown itself was beautiful. It was simpler than I'd expected and far less ostentatious than the golden monstrosity I'd seen atop the Byzantine emperor's head in paintings and murals. The band of the crown was a simple circlet of white gold, set with an alternating pattern of diamonds and emeralds. The metal rose to a sloping peak at the center, which was set with a spiraling pattern of gemstones that drew your eyes to them as they played with the light. This was the thing we'd ridden halfway across the world to retrieve, and I had to admit that I could understand why Trebonius was so keen to get his hands on it. Giving it to him would earn me my life back. The pardon he'd signed would secure my freedom, and the money he'd promised would be enough to buy my own ship to sail wherever I damn well pleased. I took a breath, then reached up to take the crown. As my fingers brushed the cold metal, a burst of rage struck my mind and sent me stumbling backwards. It was the same white, hot anger that I'd felt when I fought the suit of armor. The crown might as well have been encased in stone. My touch hadn't shifted it even a hair out of position. "Are you well, Charity?" Nataka looked at me with concern. I nodded as I shook the tingling from my fingers. "Any luck deciphering all of that?" "Yes, actually. I've had my suspicions for some time, but I'm certain now. Can you imagine the sheer brilliance of it all? To even conceive of it, let alone attempt it and come so close to success." Alaron pointed at the table, at the floating crown, and just about everything else in the room as he turned in a dizzying circle. "It's staggering. It's monumental. I can't even—" "Did he finally break?" Magnus asked as he and the others joined us at the table, drawn by Alaron's excited voice. "Seems that way." Kale folded his arms across his chest. "Should I kill him?" Sheska had a dagger in her hand before she'd finished speaking. I shot her a look. She shrugged, but put the knife away. "Let's see if you're still feeling charitable after he turns us into frogs." I caught the elf by his shoulders and gave him a good shake. "Alaron, please try using words again, okay? What did Tyrael do?" The mage's smile just grew even bigger. "He changed the shape of time." The room fell silent as we all tried to understand what he just said. "Well, those were words at least," Kale shrugged. "Not very useful words, but still." "Here," Alaron sighed as he turned towards the table. "Let me show you." He cleared a space and then began arranging various items in a straight line. "Normally, we mortals experience time as a progression from one point to another. Yesterday into tomorrow, now into later, that sort of thing." Then he separated the items into two lines that curved above and below an empty space in the middle. But time doesn't always flow like that. It can be split and redirected by someone with enough knowledge and the power to put it into practice. A chronomancer. "I definitely did not understand that," I said, pinching the bridge of my nose as I tried to follow his explanation, "but let's pretend that I did. Why would someone even want to do that? Aha! A sound question! Alaron plucked a spiral seashell from the table and held it up for us to see, then placed it in the space between the two lines he'd formed. Because anything you put in the space between time will then exist both within and without it equally, and that can lead to some very interesting results. Such as, well, immortality, for a start. Horse shit, Magnus huffed as he stared at Alaron's makeshift diagram. Everything dies. Sooner or later, yes, Alaron nodded. Unless one is removed from time, then there is no later or sooner. Throughout history, those who've sought immortality tried to prolong their life. Tyrael discovered how to stop the advance of time itself. Suddenly, everything we'd seen fit itself together in my mind. The stone statues throughout the city, the perfectly preserved food, clothes, and buildings, it all made sense. He tried to move the elves outside of time. I looked at Alaron, my mind spinning as the truth hit home. Every single one of them. He nodded. Marvelous, isn't it? It might have been, but he failed, Nataka replied, her voice a rough growl as she reached out and scattered the neat lines of his diagram across the table, and the price of his folly was paid by many. My people still speak of the day the sky turned to ash and fire, Sheska whispered. For mine it was the sea itself that turned against us. Magnus clenched his hands to fists. Whole islands were lost to the waves. The orcs were scattered to the four winds as our homeland shattered and burned. To this day we do not even know where the bones of our ancestors lie. Alaron's smile faded as the others turned their angry gazes on him. It's not as though King Tyrael intended for any of that to happen, he said, his voice sullen. He was trying to give his people a gift, to make them as great as he knew they could be. He was chasing the light of his own pride, Nataka snapped. To attempt what you have described on even a single creature is close to impossible. To work such magic on an entire race spread across the continent? No one sane would have dared such madness. And the elves have bled for it ever since, Alaron yelled back at her, his face a mask of anger and pain. Those who lived within the city were the fortunate ones. Countless more died outside of the Shining City's walls that day. The waygates failed, children starved, and men fell to diseases we had long thought conquered. His voice grew distant as he looked down at his hands. There is so little left of us now, and more is lost every day. Mayhap that's exactly what your kind deserved. Magnus still stood with clenched fists and a fighting light in his eyes. I think perhaps my ears are still ringing from the waterfall, Alaron said, his voice cold as he raised his gaze to meet the dwarf's. Would you please repeat that? Small flames began to dance in the palms of his hand. The others kept silent, but I saw that Kale's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, and Sheska had taken 2 small steps towards the door. I said, mayhap, it doesn't matter, I shouted, moving between them as Magnus took a step forward. Right now, the only thing the 6 of us need to worry about is getting that crown and legging it back to Farshore before Trebonius decides we've skipped out on him and does something nasty. Everything else is just a history lesson. I looked from Magnus to Alaron and held my breath. Bah! The dwarf finally said as he waved a hand and turned away. The sooner it's done, the sooner I'm rid of the lot of you. I sighed and turned back to Alaron. When I touched the crown, I felt something angry. It was the same energy I felt when I fought the fire ghost in the palace. Could that have been Tyrael? It's possible, he said as he turned to study the crown. He's not really dead, after all, only trapped, along with every soul in the city. So the place the ghost dragged us to is here, he nodded. The here that's not here anymore. The shining city that now exists beyond time. That's fascinating, Kale said in the same voice one might use to discuss different colors of dirt. You can write a whole treatise when we get home, but for now, let's just take the crown and ride out before all those angry elven not-quite ghosts wake up again. We can't. Alaron was staring at the crown now, his hands clasped behind his back and his head tilted slightly to one side. Cale pushed past him and grabbed the crown. I didn't see any sign that he'd felt the same anger that had forced me back when I'd touched it. He pulled, but the crown didn't budge. Cale squared his shoulders, planted his feet, and heaved at the crown with all of his considerable strength. Nothing happened. Just when I thought one of the veins that stood out on his neck might burst open, he stumbled backwards, his chest heaving. "I told you," Alaron said. "The crown isn't really here. Nothing you see is. Think of it all as the shell left behind after you crack an egg and remove the yolk. It's real, but the essence of what it was before is gone." "Then how are we to recover what we came for?" Sheska asked as she pointed up to the crown that floated above her head. "A delightful puzzle, is it not?" My head had begun to throb as I tried to follow Alaron's explanation. It made a certain kind of sense until I tried to really get my head around the details. Then it all dissolved into an impossible tangle. So I decided to stop trying to understand the magic of it all and started thinking like a thief with a job to do. From that perspective, things were far simpler. We'd found the vault, but the treasure wasn't here, at least not here enough for us to take it, which left only one option. We had to go where the treasure was. "We have to go back to the ghost city," I said. "Not a damn chance," Magnus grunted as he tried and failed to conceal a shiver. "If you think I'm going to let one of those blue bastards get their chilled claws in me again, you're crazier than the elf." "Everything that's here is mirrored there," I said, growing more confident as I talked it through. "They're repeating their final day over and over again, which means that Tyrael is standing right here, completing his ritual with that crown on his head. If that's where it really is, then that's where we have to go to get our hands on it." Alaron grinned at me. "The Chromatis Arcani would just love you. Remind me to present you to them one day." He turned to Nataka. "It's unorthodox, but I believe she may be right. Going to the source may be our only chance to effect change here." Nataka nodded, but she wore an unhappy frown. "I do not like the thought of disturbing those conflicted souls any further, but I fear we may have little choice." "We barely escaped alive last time," Sheska reminded us. "I didn't even know that I was myself until my Kokoan found me. How would this time be any different?" "I believe I can do something about that, but not here." Alaron was already walking towards the staircase, forcing the rest of us to scramble to keep up. "Don't tell me," I said to his back. "You need some incredibly rare ritual ingredients, and we all need to separate to find them in time." "Don't be silly, Charity," he said over his shoulder. "We just need to find a bloody big mirror." Chapter 11. "Any final questions before we begin?" We stood together in front of a mirror larger than a senator's carriage, a strange and bedraggled group of misfits if ever I'd seen one. The wear and fatigue of the past weeks on the road, and especially the last 2 days, showed plain in every stain of dirt, sweat, and blood on our clothes and faces. Sheska had remembered seeing the mirror in an antechamber adjacent to the throne room, and set a fast pace as she led us to it. She didn't have to explain why, and no one complained as we kept up with her. The sun was down by the time we'd emerged from the altarium. I couldn't remember exactly how much time had passed from sundown the night before to the time the ghosts emerged, but I knew we didn't have long. I've a question for you. Who gets to gut you if this doesn't work?" Magnus had complained about the plan with hardly a pause for breath since we'd left Tyrael's chamber, but he hadn't been able to offer an alternative. He tried to hide it, but I heard genuine fear beneath his angry bravado. I might have felt sorry for him if he'd stopped his grumbling long enough for me to think 2 thoughts. "If my spell fails, then I will be lost right along with you, so you'll just have to content yourself with that." Alaron maintained his usual smile, but the strain in his voice was clear. "It will work." I held up my hands to forestall further argument before it began. I didn't know how I'd managed to become the peacemaker of the group. If we'd been seated at a tavern, I probably would have sipped my ale and watched them knock each other's teeth out, but I knew that the only way any of us made it home was to keep working together until we got there. If I'd learned one thing in my brief time here, it was that there was little love lost between the mythic races of Danann. If they needed a human without all that baggage to tell them to shut up, then I supposed I would just have to keep volunteering until we were in the clear. We survived last time without any planning or preparation. This time we know what's coming, and we'll be ready. I turned to Alaron and nodded. Do it. He returned my nod as a brief look of gratitude flashed across his face. Then he turned his attention to the mirror. Everyone, focus your gaze on your own reflection. Ignore everything but the lines of your face. Contemplate every hair, every blemish, the smallest detail, as though you were seeing it for the first time. I followed his instructions as he began to chant in a low voice. I was surprised to discover that the face of the girl in the mirror seemed foreign to me at first. She had the features I had come to know as mine: brown skin, green eyes, nose with a bridge sharp enough to cut glass. But the face was different in most of the ways that mattered. My eyes were calm and focused straight ahead, not darting from side to side in search of danger. My skin was weathered from weeks in the sun and open air, but it had a healthy glow to it that I'd not noticed before. All in all, she looked like someone who could handle herself. If I'd caught a glimpse of my face in a crowd, I would have gone in search of a different mark. I'd spent 3 months in the dark hold of a prison ship, dreading my first day in Farshore. It certainly hadn't gone the way I'd expected, but since arriving here I'd eaten better, slept better, and spent more time in good company than I had in whole years back in Byzantia. I'd faced down monsters, witnessed more magic than I'd ever believed possible, and come out the other side still breathing. I still had every intention of legging it back home the first chance I got, but perhaps being exiled to the far side of the world hadn't been quite the disaster I'd feared. A wave of green light filled my vision as Alaron finished his spell. My skin tingled as I fought a wave of dizziness, but it cleared as quickly as it had come on, leaving me looking at my reflection once more. "That's it?" Magnus poked at his cheek with one finger. "What were you expecting?" Alaron shrugged. "I've placed a small glamour deep within our minds. It should travel with you to the other city. Probably. In theory." "Not helping," I whispered as I dug an elbow into his ribs. Yes. Well, the point is that once you see your reflection in that place, the glamour will awaken you fully in the mind of your host as before." "And what happens if we don't pass by a mirror at all?" Cale asked. "Then you'll have to recollect yourself on your own." Alaron held up a hand to forestall further protest. "You have some agency within your host, even if it isn't full control. Set your mind now on the importance of viewing your reflection, and direct all your energy towards it once we've crossed over." I saw a flicker of blue light in the mirror behind us. I think planning time is over. I turned and saw a shimmering blue courtesan float through the antechamber and pass through the closed doors into the throne room. Moments later, 2 guards in gleaming armor appeared out of thin air to flank the door. None of us moved. They kept their eyes fixed straight ahead, and their spears held at attention, but I knew it was only a matter of time until someone coughed, and the ghosts turned their centuries of anger, fear, and psychic trauma on us like they had before. I looked around the group, meeting everyone's eyes in turn and exchanging firm nods. We were as ready as we'd ever be. "Gather in the garden once you've gained control. We'll go for the crown from there." I was already off and running before the words had left my mouth. The horrible screams and flashes of light behind me confirmed that the sound of my voice had shattered the fragile calm, and 2 of my friends were already on their way to the other city. I'd be close behind them, but if I was going to be trapped inside some ancient elf's mind again, I wanted to have a little more say in where I ended up this time. Someone with a bit of rank, who would have an easier time moving around the palace, and I had a guess on where I might find what I was looking for. I ran back the way we'd come, ducking under outstretched arms and dodging ghostly fingers as I went. The chorus of soul-withering shrieks and wails behind me grew louder with every step, but I wasn't stupid enough to turn around and see how many phantoms trailed in my wake. I skidded around a corner and caught sight of the open door which led back to the waterfall pavilion that concealed the entrance to Tyriel's private sanctum. Just as I had expected, there were now guards standing watch outside the door. As I stepped into view, their mouths fell open in the horrible, gaping scream I'd come to know so well, but I was more interested in what I saw just beyond the door. An elf stood watch inside the room. He was somewhat taller than most of the others I had seen. His armor was ornate, and he wore an elegant cape that draped down to his calves. He stared at the ground beneath his feet, his brow furrowed in deep thought and a frown twisting at the edges of his mouth as he grasped the hilt of the sword at his side in a tight grip. Everything about him said, "I'm in charge of many things." I ran down the corridor towards the door. As the two guards lunged for me, I dropped into a slide that carried me beneath their arms, then pushed back up to my feet and kept running. The tall elf turned towards me as my footsteps echoed in the chamber. He didn't start screaming, and his face didn't warp into a crazed and twisted mask like the others. He just looked confused for a brief moment. Then he drew his sword, set his feet, and moved his lips as he shouted something at me. He didn't make a sound, and I probably wouldn't have understood him anyway, but the general sentiment of "stop or die" is rather universal. I kept running towards him. He gathered himself, then lunged forward in a lightning-fast thrust. Instead of dodging, I threw myself at him. The tip of his sword passed through my chest with a burst of static shock that I felt down in my bones. Then everything went black. Something was wrong. It made little sense, and in truth I knew I had no reason for concern. Today was to be a glorious occasion, even before King Tyriel proclaimed his intent to grant the city a great gift to honor its millennial anniversary. The citizens had talked of little else for weeks as they planned, prepared, and decorated. Even the usual quiet scheming of the court had settled into a kind of distracted contentment of late. I had reviewed every detail, walked every inch of the parade route myself, spoken to my spies and even to agents of the ministry in search of the faintest whispers of ill intent, and found nothing amiss. But 300 years of service as the captain of the palace guard had honed my instincts for danger to an edge far sharper than my sword's, and that instinct continued to scream at me that something was very wrong. I tried to dismiss my concern as the product of weeks of vigilant preparation now in search of a focus, but each time I did, the memory of the look in Tyriel's eyes as he'd given me my orders this morning returned in full force. The whole city awaited his appearance, yet I was to let no one disturb him, not even the queen herself. We'd been friends since we were boys. We'd grown to manhood together, fought orc rebels, troll raiders, and far worse, side by side. I'd stood by him as he fought for the throne, protected him as shadowy foes sought his life, and followed his orders without hesitation for centuries. Yet I had never seen his eyes shine with the kind of wildfire that burned in them as he descended the steps to his altarium. "Today is the last day, Garridan." He'd gripped my shoulder with the strength of a drowning man, and his gaze cut through me in search of a future only he could see. "The last day and the first. I will make our people something greater than even Cerulean Lightbringer himself could have imagined when he shaped us from the morning fog." The chill that passed through me at his words had not yet lifted. I shook my head to clear my troubled thoughts and resumed my restless pacing before the locked and guarded door. The men who stood watch outside were utterly reliable, yet I trusted no one but myself to stand watch over the entrance to the king's chambers, which left me with little else to do but pace and wait. I took in a deep, calming breath, then turned to walk down toward the still water of the pond. Everything that could be planned or prepared in advance had already been attended to, but as I waited in silence for the festivities to begin, I could at least take a moment to ensure that my own appearance did justice to the occasion. I rarely gave such trivial concerns much thought, but today was different. I had slept less than usual of late, and while my servants were quite diligent in preparing my clothes and armor, I was suddenly gripped with a deep concern that something in my face or attire might be horribly amiss. It would not do to bring shame on my office on a day such as this. I reached the water's edge and leaned forward to check my reflection. A girl stared back at me. Her skin was the color of corku bark, and her face carried an expression of such extreme irritation that I might have laughed if I had not been so entranced. It was as though I looked upon my own true face for the first time in my life. I leaned closer, but my body betrayed my commands, and I pitched headlong into the water. I jolted back from the shock of wet and cold as water streamed from my obnoxiously long hair. My fingers searched over my strange body as I gasped for breath. Bronze armor, pointed ears, thin cheeks. Everything was wrong, but at least this time I understood why. Charity. I said my name aloud, finding comfort in the familiar sound spoken by an unfamiliar voice. Yeah, that doesn't get any easier. I stood to my feet, squeezed water from my long auburn tresses, and headed for the door. I had no real sense of how time played itself out here. For all I knew, the others might all be waiting and worrying in the garden already. I pulled the door open and saw the 2 guards outside jump at the unexpected sound. They glanced backward, then turned and saluted as they saw me. "Captain." Yes, hello." They shared a quick, uncertain glance. "Do you have new orders, sir?" No, just keep on doing what I told you to do before. I'll be back shortly." I stepped past them and continued down the hall before they could ask any more questions. Just as before, the people in this place all behaved normally, but knowing that it was all just a vast illusion that would repeat itself again tomorrow left me deeply uneasy. My stomach turned as I made my way through bustling rooms and passageways filled with souls busy at the same task that had occupied them for 500 years. I hated the thought of all these people trapped in an endless nightmare without even an awareness of their fate, but there was little I could do about it. Thankfully, the walk wasn't far, and soon enough I stepped through the arched doorway into the palace gardens. I stood there, tense and uneasy, as I looked over graveled paths, flowering trees, and perfectly trimmed shrub bushes for some sign of my companions. I had little sense of what I was even looking for other than something out of place or unusual. Unfortunately, everything seemed perfect and serene. The closest thing to unusual I could see was a group of 3 elves standing together beside a small water feature. For lack of any better idea, I set out across the trimmed grass in their direction. I was focused on the task at hand. Find my friends, get to the king, take his crown, go home. I was so busy thinking about all the things that could go wrong in the next few minutes that I let my guard down to the present dangers in this place, namely the confused and very angry elf whose body I had just conscripted. He came at me hard and fast, striking with the precision and focus of a master swordsman. My vision blurred as he sought to overwhelm my awareness and regain control. It took every bit of mental discipline I could muster just to stay rooted in my sense of self. The captain's thoughts, memories, and emotions crowded in on me, building one atop the other as it became harder and harder to remember where he stopped and I began. Garridan had almost recalled his name. I felt him reaching for it as my grip on reality slipped away, and I began to fade back into the deep places of his mind. In a panic, I rallied my own memories around me like a shield. Good moments and bad, slow days, sadness, betrayals, and more than one close brush with death all formed a shelter from his assault. I held tight to each fragment of memory, especially the painful ones. The sharp sting of their jagged edges helped me stand my ground against the disorientation of experiencing another life that was both foreign and intimately familiar in equal measure. After a time, the howling gale of his onslaught began to fade. Once I had my feet firmly planted, I pressed forward again, and his will began to unravel into a tangle of confusion and dismay. And that's when Queen Safari joined the fight. She chose her moment perfectly. I was tired from the contest with the elf captain, but had not yet regained full control of myself. She swept down on me like an avalanche, bitter and irresistible. Her will struck my memory shield with terrible force and sent me stumbling backwards. She pressed forward, crushing me beneath the weight of her presence. The elf captain had fought to regain himself, but she sought to grind me to pieces until there was nothing left. A deep, numbing cold settled into me. Pain and fear gave way to fatigue. Then fatigue became a cold nothingness, until I began to forget why I struggled at all. It was Garridan who saved me. The mental space we battled in echoed with the shock of recognition, then flared red with his outrage and anger. "Is this your doing, witch?" He threw himself at her with abandon, striking and tearing like a hawk driving an intruder from its nest. At first it was difficult for me to notice or care, but as Queen Saffrey turned her attention on him, the weight bearing down on me eased somewhat. She screamed as she threw herself on Garridan, and the sound was a storm of rage and thunder. He disappeared in a flurry of driving white and slashing ice, but his effort gave me space to gather myself again. I could breathe. Then I could think. Then I got very, very angry. The elf captain had saved me, and she'd hurt him for it. I knew that saving my life hadn't been his motive, but he'd just done it nonetheless, which meant that I owed him a debt I couldn't repay. That's one thing I really hate. Royals who bully, threaten, and take whatever they want was something I hated on an entirely different level. I had the measure of this queen now. She might be an ancient being of terrible power, but I'd seen her kind 100 times before, scowling from carriages that rumbled through Byzantia's streets, or standing as distant outlines on inapproachable balconies, safe and secure within their villa walls. She stamped and screamed because she'd been denied something, and she lashed out to make the world around her suffer for the slightest affront. I exploded. There was no slow gathering of will this time, just a firestorm of righteous fury. "Okay, Bruta. You want to dance? Let's fucking dance." I threw myself at her like one of Jovian's own arrows. We tangled together in a riot of ice, fire, and steam. She screamed, but in pain this time as my blistering heat divided her essence and drove her backward. She tried to fight me, to quench my fire beneath her cold fury, but I gave her no space or time to regroup. With a final shriek, she gathered the tatters of her presence and retreated into the depths of my mind once more. "That's twice now," I called after her, sending the thought ringing through the darkness. "Come at me again and see what happens." I was showing my teeth, but in truth I was exhausted beyond belief. I didn't understand this mental battle I'd fought twice now. I'd acted on instinct, and thankfully that had been enough so far, because the same instinct told me that the consequences of losing to her would be very bad and very permanent. Once we were free of this place and found ourselves a moment to breathe, I knew I needed to ask for help. I hated the thought of admitting that I'd done something wrong, or even worse, something very stupid, to land myself in this mess. But I hated the thought of having my mind destroyed from the inside by a disembodied spirit looking for a new home even more. A thin flicker of light in the dark stillness of my mind drew my attention. I moved towards it, and found the elf captain, or what was left of him. His essence was almost gone. Only the strongest and brightest of his memories remained, flashing like a gemstone on a pedestal. I gathered him to me, sending calm, comforting thoughts to him as I tried to lend strength where I could. "I'm sorry," I whispered. When we'd first wrestled for control, he had been so certain of himself, full of pride and purpose. Now there was little more than simple awareness left. My throat squeezed tight, sending water to my eyes and making each breath a struggle. I didn't know if it was possible for him to recover himself with time, or if the very essence of his soul would now fade into oblivion. That seemed a fate far worse than a simple death, and it would be on my hands. Queen Saffrey was the one who had hurt him, but I'd been the one who dove headfirst into his consciousness, bringing trouble with me. I sighed and stood to my feet. Perhaps he'd awaken tomorrow morning to repeat his day once more without the nuisance of a stupid girl invading his mind for her own ends, but I feared that the damage he'd suffered was too great for that. Either way, I knew that all I could do now was get back to the task at hand, whether I liked it or not. I tucked him in between two of my gentlest, warmest memories, and turned to find my way back to consciousness. "Captain?" The voice came from outside my mind this time, an anchor to the real world. I rushed up to meet it. "Sir, are you well?" My vision resolved back onto the palace garden once again. A guard stood in front of me, shifting from foot to foot as he looked at his commander with concern. My voice was cracked and dry. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Yes, of course. I was just thinking." It was a poor answer, but my thoughts felt like they had to wade through a river of mud to reach my tongue. The guard leaned in close, staring hard at my face for a moment before relaxing into a smile. "Charity?" Hearing my own name out loud was like a drink of cool water on a hot day. I blinked, and this time I saw the hazy outline of another face, one with blue eyes, a strong jaw, and a rather large mustache. "Kale!" I almost hugged him in relief, but managed to remember my surroundings in time to turn the gesture into a more soldierly arm clasp of greeting. "You've no idea how glad I am to see a friendly face. Well, more or less." He nodded, then his grin faded back to his usual serious expression. "Are you all right? You were staring at the ground so hard I thought you might wear a hole in it." "I'm fine," I said, brushing his concern aside. It just took a bit of extra work to get back to myself this time. "Where are the others?" "Close by." He turned and led the way towards a footbridge that spanned a small brook. "They were beginning to worry." He said the words as though he hadn't cared much one way or the other, but it hadn't escaped my notice that he was the one who'd come to find me. As we crossed the bridge, I saw that it connected a small island of sorts to the rest of the garden. 4 other elves stood beneath the shade of a tree. I had no doubt they were the strangest assortment of servants, soldiers, and gentry to stand together in that spot in 1,000 years. "It took you far too long to regain control," snapped an elf in kitchen clothes whose ample stomach revealed that he took great pains to sample all of his wares before he sent them to the table. "I expected better of you." Despite his soft appearance, I recognized Sheska's voice immediately. "Aw, you were worried about me." The chef's glare could have curdled milk. "I was no such thing." "I am truly touched, Cocoan," I said, dipping my head in a small bow to hide my grin. "I'll do my best not to concern you in the future." The chef's cheeks flared crimson, and then Sheska seemed to notice how easily her current body betrayed her feelings. "We're wasting time." She marched past me and over the bridge without looking back. The rest of us shared a quick smile before we followed after her. A tall, thin elven woman in an elegant gown gave my shoulder a squeeze as she walked by. "I am glad you are well, Charity," she said in Nataka's somber tones. "Aye," said a guard who might have been Kale's twins. "We'll need all hands to fight our way clear of this mess. Even stick-tin humans who can barely fight can soak an arrow or two." Maybe it was because of my recent brush with nothingness, but as I followed my friends towards the Elf King's sanctum, I found that the lump in my throat had returned in full force. Chapter 12. "I thought you said that his ritual will hold his attention. Let's stop chattering about it and get down there, so we can get ourselves home." Magnus snorted with impatience as he cast another look down the dark staircase. We stood at the entrance to the altarium, but Alaron refused to allow us to proceed until he had finished explaining just how dangerous a foe Tyrael would be. True, but even so his power and skill were greater than any mage my people had produced in generations, and that was back when the High Elves were the greatest practitioners of magic in Danaan. "According to the High Elves," Nataka said under her breath. It did seem like Alaron might have been inflating the awesome power of his hero king a bit, but it didn't seem like a point worth arguing over. "So he's dangerous," I said before Aileron could snap back at her. "How do we deal with him?" Aileron shot a glare at the orc hidden within the body of an elven courtesan, then turned to answer my question. "We spread out and divide his attention. We'll have the element of surprise on our side, and we need to make the most of it. Press the assault and don't give him room to focus on any one of us for too long. If you can occupy him sufficiently, I believe I can freeze him in place long enough for someone to take the crown. Then it's back through a portal to our own world."
"Far simpler to just bury a blade in his skull."
Magnus's hand had dropped to the hilt of the sword at his side. "No doubt. But Tyrael is the focal anchor of this reality. There's no telling what might happen if he died here, but I doubt we would enjoy it much." "And what happens if he kills us?" I asked. The question had been nagging at me since we first decided to return. What happens to us if we're hurt or killed here in this place? "You know, I'm not honestly sure. I suppose it depends on the nature of our connection to the host body we're in. It's possible we might simply awaken in our own forms in time, but it's just as possible we might not awaken at all. On the other hand, you think too much." Sheska cut him off with a wave of her hand, then gave me a comforting pat on the shoulder. "It's simple. Just don't let him kill you." "Right," I sighed. "Why didn't I think of that?" "We have a plan then, of a sort," Cale said as he moved towards the stairs. "Let's move." It seemed like the right time for an encouraging word or two, but I couldn't think of anything to add, and no one else volunteered. Without another word, we all followed Cale into the darkness. The short flight of stairs was the same as the real set we'd walked down back in our own time, and ended at the same doorway. Cale checked to make sure we were all ready. I gave him a tight smile and a nod when he looked my way. Then he kicked the door open and we charged inside. The others had already begun to fan out through the room before I got a good look inside. Tyrael stood on the far side of the ritual table. He wasn't chanting or waving his arms. He just beamed a broad smile as he watched us enter his sanctum. "Wonderful!" His voice was the rich purr of a cat eyeing dinner. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." "Of course, Your Majesty," I said, trying to cover my surprise while I figured out what in the hells was going on. "I thought I heard screaming. We came to investigate." "I'm not speaking to that shade you're wearing," Tyrael said with a sneer. "I've been waiting for you." His gaze locked on mine as he spoke, and I knew without a doubt that he saw the real me within the elf captain's body. "And your fine friends, of course. When I saw how my darling wife lured you into her gilded cage, it occurred to me that I might do the same." He waved one hand, and the door slammed shut behind me. As the crash echoed through the room, 6 elves in full armor stepped out from the shadows. They each carried a drawn sword and a shield, and their grim faces left little doubt as to what they intended to do with them. Tyrael closed his eyes and whispered a few words as he bent his fingers into a strange pose, then flung his hands outward. A wave of blue light pulsed out from them. Cale had been the first to charge into the room, and so he now stood closest to Tyrael. As the wave of light swept through him, the image of the elven guardsman warped and shifted for a moment. Then the elf collapsed to the floor like a sack of flour, and Cale himself stood in his place. The same thing happened to each of my friends in turn. Then the light reached me. I was struck by a dizzy, spinning, pulling sensation, as though I was on the end of a rope being hauled through the ocean at great speed. Then it stopped as abruptly as it had started, and I looked down to see my own body standing over the elf captain's still form. "And now here you are. Quite the assortment of rogues and chattel," Tyrael said, sounding disappointed as he looked at each one of us in turn. "But at least there are a few viable options amongst you, if only until I find something more suitable. Restrain them," he called over his shoulder, "but injure no one until I've decided which vessel I will claim as my own." The guards advanced in a line, then spread out as each of them stalked towards one of us. I looked around, but the room offered no escape. There were few places to hide, and I knew better than to waste my time trying to open the door behind me. I drew my swords, and the room echoed with the hiss of steel as my friends readied their own weapons. Then the guards all shouted in unison and charged. The first exchange of cuts and parries was the worst. The elf who faced me was lightning fast. He used his shield to deflect my strikes, bind my blade, and conceal his own attacks with fluid grace. But after the first few seconds, I had the measure of him. His style reminded me of Alaron's movements when we'd trained together beneath the arena, with one very significant difference. The guardsman wasn't trying for a lethal strike. He aimed his cuts at my arms and legs, and clashed his blade against mine with sharp twisting motions in an effort to pull the sword from my hands, which left him at a rather severe disadvantage, because I had absolutely no qualms about ramming my sword through his chest if he gave me half a chance. "Magnus! Form up!" Cale's voice echoed through the room. I snuck in a glance to my left and saw Cale and Magnus moving to stand together. Our mage had kept his guardsmen occupied with a flurry of small blue and white missiles that crashed against his shield and battered his armor, but it required all of his concentration to sustain the spell. The dwarf and the Gallian warrior shifted to stand in front of Alaron, drawing their opponents in and threatening Alaron's foe at the same time. "Just do your job and leave these fools to us," Magnus yelled as he swept Hilda in a wide arc that forced the guardsman back a step. Alaron let his spell fade away, took a moment to catch his breath, then turned to face the Elven King. "Sasanian lores Terieltai," he called out over the clash of steel. "We come to you with a noble purpose. Your people have suffered greatly since the cataclysm, and even darker days lie ahead. We have need of your strength and wisdom now more than ever. You must return with us to restore what has been lost." "He must what now?" I shouted. Bringing the king back into our world wasn't any part of the plan, but Alaron ignored me. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest and raised his face to the ceiling as he chanted a string of clipped syllables. The air around his hands glowed green, growing brighter and brighter as his voice rose in volume. Then he snapped his gaze back to the king and flung his arms towards him, fingers extended. A beam of brilliant green shot out and engulfed Tyrael. The king had just begun to turn towards our mage, but his movement slowed, then stopped entirely as the light washed over him. Small clusters of green crystal began to form across his body. Alaron's arms dropped to his side, and the light faded away. The room fell silent as the guardsmen all ceased their assault and stared in horror at the crystalline statue of their king. Then Tyrael began to laugh. He remained frozen in place down to the smallest muscle of his face, yet somehow a shrill, mocking cackle rang out from his body. Then he exploded. Crystal fragments flew out in all directions. Tyrael rolled his shoulders, stretched his arms, then wagged a finger at Alaron as a grin spread across his face, the exact same gesture he'd aimed at me after I'd defeated his animated armor. How disappointing. Tyrael flicked one finger in Alaron's direction, quite obviously bored. A beam of light the exact same hue of green as the one Alaron had summoned shot out from it and struck the mage in the chest. Half a heartbeat later, the air around the elf exploded in a brilliant flash of white and emerald, and I was forced to look away. When I turned back, a pillar of green crystal stretched from floor to ceiling, with Alaron trapped inside like a fly in amber. "Ah!" One of the elves facing Cale and Magnus recovered his wits before anyone else, and had seized on the opening. His sword now dripped with blood, and Cale's sword arm hung limp at his side as he squeezed a hand over the large gash in his shoulder. "No!" Tyrael screamed as he turned on his soldier, his face twisted with rage. "I was beginning to like that one, and now you've ruined him!" He raised both hands in front of his face, fingers cupped as though they held an invisible ball. The unfortunate guardsman flew into the air and hung suspended above the floor for a moment. Tyrael screamed again, sounding for all the world like a child who'd just been denied a sweet, then flung his arms out wide. The elf exploded in a shower of blood and innards, bits of him sailing off in every direction. I stared in shock at the gory remnants of what the Mad King had just done to one of his own men. Tyrael sighed, wiped a speck of blood from his cheek with a slender finger, and shook his head. After centuries of boredom, I had hoped this would prove more entertaining, but I suppose there will be time enough for amusements once I'm free. He turned back towards us. His fingers danced and his lips moved as he whispered arcane words. As I saw the look in his eyes, every instinct I possessed shouted a warning in unison. "Run!" I screamed as I raced towards one of the stone pillars. The room erupted in chaos. Stone spikes rose from the floor and flew at Sheska. The elf she'd been dueling was cut to shreds instantly, but the halfling reacted with the speed of a jungle cat. She twisted and dodged, then stopped in her tracks, and looked down in surprise at the jagged shard embedded in her chest. As she slumped to the floor, a bolt of lightning arced down from the ceiling. It coursed through Nataka and the elf beside her, blasting them both into the wall. The orc slid to the ground, smoke curling from her hair, eyes, and ears. A chorus of screams rang out behind me, then cut off abruptly. I was too busy running to turn and look. A white-hot ball of fire flew at my head. If I hadn't already been moving, I wouldn't have stood a chance, but the instant of warning had given me just enough time. The fire exploded where I'd stood, engulfing my opponent and singeing the back of my legs as I leapt away. I rolled to my feet and kept running, sliding to a stop behind the solid bulk of one of the stone pillars that lined one side of the chamber as I gasped for breath. I tried to fight my rising panic as my mind struggled to absorb what had just happened. He'd killed everyone in the span of a few heartbeats. The pillar shuddered as something struck the far side of it. "Are you going to force me to chase you, little girl?" The pillar shook again. "How very tedious. If you stand still, I promise you won't feel a thing." I looked left, right, even up, searching for anything that might offer an escape or some means to fight back, but finding nothing. I didn't even know what I was looking for. My friends had known what they were doing. I was just along for the ride. They had experience and power of their own. They belonged here. I was just a street waif, from a world where at least the monsters looked like me and used men with swords to bully and kill instead of bolts of fire and death from the sky. "So what's your plan, Tyrael?" I called, my chest heaving. Maybe if I could get him talking, I'd be able to catch my breath and find a hole to bolt through. "If you kill me, won't you just stay trapped in this place forever?" "Your lack of respect is most troubling," he huffed from the other side of the pillar. So far, it didn't sound like he'd moved. "Do you think me a fool? The young wizard is merely paralyzed, and I fully intend to travel back to Dinan in his rather drab frame before your corpse has cooled and stiffened. Which is a great relief, I can assure you. I've no idea what manner of creature you are, but judging from your appearance, I've no doubt that you are positively riddled with all manner of vermin." That explained why he clearly had no interest in keeping me alive. Not that the alternative of having my body claimed as his personal meat carriage was much better. My mind raced in search of something else to keep him talking. As long as his lips were being used for normal words instead of casting horrible spells, I'd be relatively safe. "I wouldn't be so quick to fling insults around, asshole. I may need a bath, but at least I didn't destroy my entire civilization in one afternoon." "How dare you!" he screamed. "I would have made them perfect, but they weren't pure enough to accept my gift. But rest assured that as soon as I am free of this cage, I will raise a new empire from the ashes of the old, an immortal, unchanging beacon of perfection to bring order to this troubled world." His voice shook with mad passion. 500 years trapped as the only self-aware being in an endless repetition of the day of his greatest failure had clearly not done wonders for his sanity. But first, I need to deal with the little thief who stuck her nose where it didn't belong. The menace in his voice sent a shiver down my spine, and I knew then that I was going to die here. My bones would lie cold and unseen in this empty chamber forever. I would never see Byzantia's twisting streets again. I clenched my teeth, holding back the sob that shook my chest. I would have cut my own throat before I let him hear me cry. I might be about to die, but I wouldn't give him that satisfaction. "Let me help you." The words echoed in my mind. I'd heard that voice before. At least she'd spoken to me this time, instead of launching a surprise assault, but I suspected that Queen Safari had simply decided to try a different approach towards the same end. "So you can break my mind and steal my body when I let my guard down? I'd rather let your delightful husband roast me like a goose, thank you." The floor beneath me grew hot. I dove to the side just as the stone where I'd stood turned into a pool of molten rock. I was still breathing, but had been forced out from behind the relative safety of the stone pillar. I looked to my left to see Tyrael in the same place where he'd stood since we entered the room, his face lit with a crazed smile. I knew it was hopeless, but I started running for the next pillar anyway. "You won't survive without magic. I can give you that. And why should I trust you?" An arrow of silver light streaked past my face an inch from my nose to bury itself in the bookshelf beside me. I glanced back at Tyrael without breaking stride. 100 more just like it hovered in the air around him. The altarium echoed with his wild laughter once again. Then 2 more arrows shot towards my chest. I leapt into the air and spun sideways. The bolts flew past on either side, but I had too much momentum from my sudden dodge to regain my balance. I landed in a half run, then lost my footing entirely. A jolt of pain shot through me as I tumbled to the stone floor. "Marvelous!" Tyrael called out as he began to clap for my display of acrobatics. "You should be proud you've lived this long." Then his smile vanished. "Now please die." He raised both hands into the air, and the cloud of arrows drifted up along with them. "Fool! If you die, I perish with you!" The image of the white tree filled my mind. A branch extended out towards me, crackling with energy. Tyrael dropped his hands, and 100 arrows screamed through the air. "Please!" I reached out and took hold of the branch. Mother Shanti once made me stand to my neck in a frozen stream for over an hour. She claimed it was to teach me that my mind controlled my body, but I think she was just in a shitty mood that day and felt like watching someone suffer. The pain I had felt as the cold pried its way into my veins nearly drove me insane. What I felt when I took hold of the branch was 1,000 times worse. Ice tore through my skin and shattered my bones. My blood became a river of glacial cold so fierce that it burned. I died. Then I died again, over and over, until something inside of me broke open. And then it stopped. The cold was still there, flowing in and through me like the breath in my lungs, but it didn't hurt anymore. It was mine now. I opened my eyes, then blinked in surprise. Tyrael's form and the rest of the room were warped and hazy. Then I realized the distortion was caused by the wall of ice that now stood beside me. Hundreds of silver arrows had buried themselves in the far side, leaving a spiderweb of chips and cracks spread across its surface. Then the arrows faded away, and the wall of ice crumbled to the floor. I stood to my feet, brushed the dust from my knees, and turned to face the Mad King. "Nice try, asshole." His head tilted to one side, and his brow furrowed as he studied me as though seeing me for the first time. "How did—" His eyes went wide as he pointed at my chest. My eyes followed the line of his finger to find the sapphire necklace shining like a star in the darkness. "Impossible! I made certain she could never leave that room." "Please give my beloved my warmest regards." Safari's tone could have frozen a blacksmith's forge solid. "Your wife says hello." I raised my hands as tendrils of ice snaked down from my shoulders to curl around my fingers. I had no idea what I was doing, yet somehow I knew exactly what to do. I thrust my arms forward, palms facing out, and 2 spears of ice flew towards him like ballista bolts. Tyrael cried out and threw up his hands as he stumbled backward. A dome of shimmering blue light flared around him. The first spear shattered against the dome, but the force of its impact tore a hole in its surface. The light of the dome wavered, then began to reform, but the second spear shot through the gap before it closed. I had done it. Or at least I thought I had. Tyrael's hand snapped up and caught the spike an inch from his chest. The force of the spear slid him backwards a few inches, but he dug in his heels and ground to a stop. Blood dripped from his hands, but as the light of his protective dome died away, he tossed the ice aside to shatter on the floor. "You were always so predictable, darling," he said as he wiped 2 bloody smears on his robe. "You could never best me in a duel. What makes you think—" I drove a fist into his stomach and smashed the other across his jaw with all the force I could muster. I'd started running at him as soon as I saw him snatch the ice spear out of the air. Safari's magic had saved my life, but it was up to me to make something of it. Of course, that didn't stop me from sheathing my fist in 2 blocks of solid ice before I hit him. Tyrael's power was unbelievable, but I had a hunch that even the greatest wizard in the universe would find it hard to magic me to death with no air in his lungs and a broken jaw. The Elf King made a sound that fell somewhere between a raven's caw and the squeal of a pine log tossed on a bonfire as he dropped to the floor. I drew my knife, dropped a knee into his chest, and pressed the blade against his throat. He didn't offer much resistance, but I wasn't taking any chances. My chest heaved as sweat traced its way down my forehead, but I tightened my grip on the knife and waited. He recovered faster than I would have expected. He blinked his eyes back into focus and drew in a rasping breath around the blood in his mouth and the pressure of my knee on his chest as he glanced down at the knife. Then the bastard looked up at me and smiled. "What now, little girl? Are you going to kill me?" I realized that I didn't have an answer. The past few minutes had been one mad scramble to stay alive. Now that I had the upper hand, I wasn't sure what to do with it. Alaron would have known what to demand, but Alaron was gone. I fought to keep my face cold even as my heart ached. My mind ran in circles chasing an answer, but all it found was the memory of my fallen comrades. I was alone again. Nothing in this place lasts forever. Safari's voice shook me out of my despair. In all the chaos, I'd forgotten that this place wasn't even real. I still didn't understand it, but I remembered that what happened here wasn't necessarily for keeps. I didn't need to understand its rules to work around them. "Here's what's going to happen," I said, my voice growing steadier as my thoughts took shape. "You're going to turn back the clock. You'll put my friends back in one piece and send us all home. Then we'll take your crown and be on our merry way, or I'll paint a second smile below your chin." He blinked twice, then burst into fits of laughter. You went through all this for my crown?" he gasped as he finally got a hold of himself. When he said it like that, I had to admit it sounded rather stupid, but I just shrugged. A job's a job. His eyes narrowed, and I could see the thoughts spinning in his head. How interesting. "Very well, little girl. You have yourself a bargain. I don't suppose you'd be willing to remove the knife?" "Not a chance." I dug the edge of the blade a bit deeper. He gulped. "It was worth a try." He closed his eyes, and I felt the shift of power as he focused his will. The room began to spin around me. The image of each of my friends' final moments began to unravel in my memory, leaving a blank space where they'd once stood. Tyrael opened his eyes, and their wild blue light burned into my soul. The sound of his voice was the last thing I remembered, as I began to fall up into oblivion. "I hope you know how to run, little girl." Chapter 13. I bolted up off the floor. It took me a moment to realize where I was. I stood in Tyrael's altarium, but everything had changed. The stone pillars were all shattered, their stumps standing up like broken teeth. The ritual table and bookshelves were nothing but piles of rotten wood and scraps of moldering parchment. Even the walls and ceiling of the room were riddled with long cracks and jagged gaps where stones had fallen loose. I held something cool and solid in my hands. I looked down and saw a crown made of white gold and gemstones. Ugh. Nataka groaned at my feet and tried to sit up. The others lay nearby, and they began to stir as I moved to help her to her feet. As I leaned forward, Safari's necklace swung into view. I scrambled to tuck it back beneath my shirt, then blew out a breath when I realized no one had seen it. "What happened?" Nataka asked as I helped her stand up. "You don't remember?" She shook her head, then winced and pressed a hand to her temple. "We fought Tyrael and his minions," Sheska said as she stumbled over to join us. "And then—" Her words trailed away in confusion. "He was so focused on you all that I was able to take him by surprise," I told her, thinking fast. If they hadn't seen me wielding magic, then that meant I had a lot less explaining to do. "But how could you—" A grinding rumble shook the chamber. Dust trickled down onto our heads. "Well, this is different," Alaron said, as he took notice of the changes in the room. "Looks a lot more like what you'd expect from centuries of wear and neglect." The floor trembled as the sound of shifting stone and crumbling earth grew louder. As a ceiling stone the size of a dinner table crashed to the ground at the back of the room, I remembered Tyrael's parting words. "Run now, talk later." I shoved Nataka towards the door and made sure everyone was up and moving before I started running too. We made it halfway up the stairs before things really started to fall apart. The ground began to shake in earnest as we stumbled into the waterfall chamber. The pavilion was a rotting hulk, and the pond was choked with slime and weeds. We scrambled over the rocks and out the door, then raced down collapsing corridors and through crumbling antechambers as we dodged falling masonry and leapt over widening crevices caused by the shifting earth. As we stumbled into the formal atrium at the palace entrance, I saw the warm glow of morning sunlight streaming through the colored glass of the ceiling dome. It was broken in places, but stood amazingly intact given the state of the rest of the palace, which meant there was plenty of glass to rain down on our heads as the shaking dome began to collapse in on itself. "Go!" I screamed as I leapt forward. The iridescent storm of shattering glass might have been beautiful if it hadn't been so deadly. I crossed my arms above my head as I ran, ignoring the sharp stabs of pain. Then the stabbing and slicing stopped. I glanced up as I kept running to see Kale matching my stride, his shield arm over my head. I didn't have enough breath for a thank you, and he didn't wait for one as we ran together down the cracked and dusty corridor that led to the entrance. The beautiful paintings had long since rotted away, and thankfully most of the chandeliers had already fallen from the ceiling. Everyone was so focused on scrambling over and around the debris that it wasn't hard to make sure I'd fallen to the back of the group by the time we'd reached the door. I ducked aside to retrieve my treasure sack from beneath the bench where I'd stashed it, then ran to catch up with the others as we burst out onto the steps of the palace courtyard. I was amazed to see that our horses were still where we'd left them. They bucked and tugged at their leads in panic as the ground shuddered beneath them, but calmed down enough as we unhitched them for us to mount up. I stuffed Tyrael's crown and the bulging pillowcase I carried into the top of my travel pack, then pulled Alaron up behind me. Together, we all turned our horses and galloped through the warped and rusted gates. If the palace had been chaos, then the city outside was a view of the 8 hells. Buildings that had stood as clean and perfect as the day they'd been built when we rode in were now choked with trees and underbrush, They toppled together and crashed to the ground as though smashed by an invisible hand. I saw no sign of the thousands of stone elf statues we'd passed by on our way in, but more than enough piles of crushed granite to guess what had become of them. The name hadn't made much sense to me before, but it truly was a shattered city now. The cliffs of the mountain pass we'd used to enter the caldera looked very far away, but I aimed Shanty in the right direction and got ready to dig in my heels. "Wait!" Kale's voice rose above the roar of the dying city and caught me up short. He pointed further into the city. Entire buildings were disappearing, one after the other, and the line of destruction was moving towards us. "We'll never make it!" "You have a better idea?" I yelled back. He looked around, searching for a way through the chaos. Then Alaron tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a wide street that led north. "That way!" he screamed in my ear, loud enough to leave it ringing. I shot an elbow into his stomach to quiet him down a bit, but turned Shanty in the direction he'd indicated and drove her forward. The others formed up behind me as we raced through the crumbling city. The street Alaron chose had once been a wide avenue, which left us just enough room to weave between piles of rubble and dodge away from falling walls. Shanty was as frightened as I was, so it didn't take any prompting to keep her racing forward as fast as she could manage. The avenue charted a straight course from the palace to wherever it led, never turning or branching off. Soon enough, I caught sight of a huge stone gatehouse above the rooftops ahead of us. The structure of the building was flanked on either side by the two giant statues I'd seen when we'd first entered the valley. They faced away from the city, their stone weapons raised to threaten any who meant it harm. The rumbling and shaking had grown worse. I saw the arm of one of the statues break free and crash to the ground, its marble sword skewering through the roof of a house that stood against the city's wall. We rode into a wide open plaza that looked like it might have once housed a large market, or a small army. Alaron pointed towards the gatehouse with one hand as he squeezed my waist like a python with the other. The head of the other statue broke loose and crushed a bouncing path of destruction across the plaza. "Are you crazy? It's the only way out!" I leaned forward and willed Shanty to give it everything she had. To my surprise, the marvelous old Bruta put on one last inch of speed. As we galloped across the courtyard, the statue on the right broke away from the ground, ripping out a huge chunk of masonry as it toppled forward. Massive fortress stones and crenellations crashed down all around us. There was no point in trying to dodge them. All we could do was ride hard and pray. Shanty thundered into the vaulted passage of the gatehouse with the rest of the group hot on our heels. The drumming of a score of hooves against the paving stones echoed the death cry of the city behind us. The gatehouse was coming apart all around us. We weren't going to make it. Then a blast of fresh air and sunshine swept over me, and we were clear. A deafening roar shook the ground as a cloud of dirt and chips of stone swirled around us. The road from the gatehouse wound up into the hills, and I kept riding hard for another 100 yards before I gradually drew Shanty down to a walk. Her chest heaved and her legs shook as I leaned down to pat her neck. "I'll stuff your feed bag with all the fresh grass you can eat as soon as we make camp," I promised. Alaron slid to the ground to give the poor girl a proper rest, and I followed after him. A quick head count confirmed that everyone had made it through safely. Dirt-smeared and exhausted, perhaps, but alive. I shook my head at our crazy luck and looked back at the city that had nearly added us to its tally of victims more times in the past 2 days than I cared to count. The shattered city was gone. All that remained was an endless field of wreckage and ruin scattered throughout an enormous crater. I doubted I could have found one stone standing atop another if I'd gone back in to look, and I also doubted that there was enough gold in the world to compel me to try. "A fitting tomb for the fallen," Nataka said as she bowed her head to the earth. "May they find the rest they deserve." I thought of the elven girl, and Garridan, the guard captain, and bowed my head along with her. I hoped they would find more peace tomorrow than they'd known in a long while. Then I raised my head and found Sheska grinning at me like a fool. I grinned right back. We'd actually done it. We'd entered the shattered city and escaped with our lives and the crown. Somehow, a few weeks of trail rations and sleeping under the stars didn't seem quite so bad anymore.
"Damn it all to Skarag's gaping maw,"
Magnus swore as he spat on the ground. What now? He raised a hand and pointed to the mountain peaks in answer. It took me a moment to understand what he was getting at. Then it hit me. The horizon was filled with a dense tangle of peaks, valleys, sheer cliffs, and ridgelines. There were no obvious paths or valleys as far as I could see in either direction, and the tangled wreckage of the city behind us was just as bad.
"It will take us weeks to make our way through that,"
Sheska said. Her grin had faded into a cold and weary frown. But it already took us a full 5 weeks just to ride from Farshore to the southern edge of the range, I said.
"Aye," Magnus sighed. "That it did."
The reality of our situation punched me in the gut. We had the crown, and we'd escaped with our lives. But there was no way on earth or in the hells below that we would make it back to Farshore in time to meet Trebonius's damned deadline. Which meant that even after all we'd been through, we had just died.
"I'll see about getting a fire started,"
Magnus said as he headed towards a clearing in the trees. "You're pitching camp?" I asked in disbelief.
"Aye, lass, I'm pitching camp," he called over his shoulder. "I'm tired, I'm sore, I'm hungry, and no amount of wailing and crying is going to carry us over those peaks today. Now make your skinny ass useful and pitch the tents."
Kale gathered our half-empty water skins and went in search of a place to refill them, while Nataka unsaddled the horses. Alaron unpacked some dry rations, and Sheska slung her bow over her shoulder to slip off into the woods. Everyone dragged their feet as they went about their tasks. I shook my head, then went to unpack the tents and bedrolls for lack of anything better to do. As I rummaged through my pack, the peak of Tyriel's crown glinted in the morning light, and for a moment I thought I heard an echo of the Mad King's laughter in the mountain air. The end. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed Into the Shattered City and will continue with Charity's adventures in Crown of the Mad King, Farshore Chronicles, Book 3.